Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to our meeting. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the land we are all on as we meet this afternoon and the knowledge and wisdom of those that walked before us on these lands. We are meeting on land of the Indigenous people of our province, including the Métis people. These people came before us and brought great wisdom of working together for a greater good. I wish to bring forward their blessings for progress in education, for us to learn more and do better as we talk together today to come to common ground for the betterment of all people. Hi, hi. So I would like to begin with an approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, if I could have somebody approve the agenda. Christine, and all in favor? And that's carried. Next is an approval for the minutes. Are there any errors or omissions from the minutes? Seeing none, could I get somebody to move the minutes? That's Andrea. And those in favor? All in favor? Okay, thank you, and that's carried. Perfect. And there is no business arising from the minutes, so we'll move on to presentations on the health services for students. Perfect. Yep, sorry about that. Okay, so Andrea, the first one was for the November 1st organizational meeting. You're good with that? Okay, and all in favor for the organizational meeting minutes? And that's carried. And then I need somebody to move for November 1st regular meeting minutes. And Christine, and all in favor? And that one's carried as well. Thank you. Then moving on to presentations, health services for students.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
And this one will be relatively short and sweet, but I would anticipate there will be lots of questions and perhaps some feedback. This package was put together by Anne Muldoon, our Director of Inclusive Education, Kathy Mundell, our Coordinator of Counseling, Deanna Presley-Roberts, our Making Connections / MHCB Coordinator, and John Chiefcalf and myself. What we essentially did here, because the board had requested that we provided services that are medically related that are available to our students, we really wanted to provide a comprehensive list, not just of the medical. Granted, at times it's difficult to differentiate between medical, given that we recognize mental health is also medical and that counseling services are tied to that. And so we really wanted to just give a really comprehensive list of the services that our schools, our staff, division office access in order to support students K through 12. There is one that I forgot to include, and that is Jordan's principle, and that's one that is really important for us with our students who are status. And so really, here it is in front of you. If we have missed one, and that is entirely possible, I've realized in this big world of the City of Lethbridge, there can be other services and supports that evolve as time progresses. I think it was really important, and Anne wanted to reinforce that ultimately we do consult with pediatricians, general practitioner, child psychiatrists as well. As you saw in the letter that was put together, Andrea and myself, we are down a child psychiatrist that is significantly impacting the region currently. We're very fortunate to have Dr. Smart and Dr. Adamola come in to try and support Dr. Edwards' absence in his passing, but that really is, especially at this time during the pandemic, a hurt that many of us in the community are feeling. And so this is here for you as a reference. If you have any questions, I can either get one of my team members to come in, or I can try and respond or answer any questions you might have related to any of the supports and services that I've provided for you.
Are there any questions for Morag? Go ahead.
For clarity, is this in the package? Okay. I was like, did I miss this? Thank you.
So it's on the screen in the middle, but we're able to get a copy of it in the future? Are there any questions for Morag of the team? We appreciate you guys putting together the list, and certainly if we have questions, we can bring them.
And I'd like to just add as well that if there are any recommendations or you see gaps, I mean, we often will feel some gaps, but if there's something noticeable that the board sees, I'd love to brainstorm and maybe even we troubleshoot, right?
Thank you. And I do see a question from Craig.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. One of the things that I like when we have reports is what are we doing forward looking? So are there areas that you see that need to be strengthened, or that there's some concerns that maybe the board could help with, or just so the knowledge, and so that's kind of the thing that I like to hear is we have all of these programs. How are they working forward looking for our students?
Thank you, and I really do appreciate that because as we move into the new year soon here, we do have some pressures that are presenting, and in working with my team of 7, the two big pressures we see are the Afghanis that are going to be moving into our community in the new year, and so we definitely recognize that they will be needing additional support, and so depending upon the number of students that we receive, we'll have to team together and as well what they're presenting with as far as the needs go. And I can easily keep you apprised of that as we register. The other pressure is definitely mental health and counseling. I think that's a piece Kathy Mundell and I have been working toward and trying to support as best we can. We are seeing an increased triple the amount of suicide risk assessments we've seen in 3 years. That is a significant concern, and the feedback from our counselors is indicating that we are seeing an increase in the intensity and the severity and the frequency of the concerning behaviors in our schools. Kathy's working very closely with the teams and debriefing, and I think the effect that many people don't calculate in a school setting where our counselors, they're qualified to provide universal programming primarily, not be the frontline trauma support, but given the level of concern, the quantity of concern, our counselors who typically would not be dealing with significantly violent, difficult work are having to do that. And so Kathy is having to spend a lot of time debriefing, involving clinical supports from Alberta Health Services. And so the magnitude of that work, I would say, and I think teachers as well are seeing that. It's not just our counselors who are seeing that. Those are the two primary heavy impacts that I see moving into the new year. I do think our community is amazing. I've never worked in a community where we have the level of support that we have. But that being said, given this is a pandemic, mental health is one that we're really leaning on. And given the increased turnover of our mental health through Alberta Health Services as well, so counselors are leaving quickly, it's not providing that long-term, deep counseling support that many of those kids with chronic mental health issues are needing and seeking. And so those are the two primary pressures right now, I would say, that we're seeing. Yeah.
Go ahead, Craig.
Concerning the refugees from Afghan, is there any indication from either the federal or provincial government of additional funding so that we can adequately integrate those students and families into our community?
I haven't received any information on that, but I can get that for the next board meeting.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Christina.
I just wanted to express my thanks to your team for generating this list and also for all the work that it takes to maintain these kind of partnerships. And in response to Craig's question about supports for newcomer students, I think this list also indicates something that I hope that our board can remember, that it is not always the school's responsibility to provide all of these services to students. that I think this list indicates how valuable partnerships are with the community in ensuring that our students have the well-being services and the health services that they require to succeed. And so thank you to your team for working on that.
Seeing some nods around the room, I think that you have, our whole board shares those sentiments, so thank you. So moving on, I see that we have some guests here with us, and we get to do some exciting audited financial statement stuff. So I will turn it over to Christine and her guests.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So audited financial statements. This is the Super Bowl of the accounting world, I have to tell you. Nothing excites us more than that. So I have with us today Will Zobel, who's a partner with BDO Canada LLP, and of course Avis DeKelver, who's the manager, and she worked closely on our audit. And of course we have Mark DeBoer, Director of Finance, and of course, you know, it takes a team to make our financial statements pass an audit. We have a terrific finance department that makes sure we have very high standards with our controls. And but I have to let the auditors talk to that. So I'm going to turn it over to Avis and Will, and then Mark will then take you through a high-level review of our audited financial statements. So Avis, Will, take it away.
Perfect. Thank you, Christine. So yeah, my name is Avis DeKelver, and you can see on the screen here that Mark has pulled up the auditor's report. So I'm just going to do a quick kind of summary of what this document is saying. So if you focus on the first two paragraphs there, it is saying that we have audited the financial statements of Lethbridge School Division, which comprises the financial position as at August 31st, 2021, and the results of the operations, change in net assets, cash flow, and results of remeasurement gains and losses for the year then ended, and notes to the financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. So in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the division as at August 31st, 2021, and its results of operations, change in net assets, cash flows, and results of remeasurements, gains, and losses for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So what that whole thing says is that it is a clean audit opinion. It is unqualified. There's no issues to note there. The next paragraph just kind of goes into that we conducted the audit in accordance with Canadian auditing standards. And then it just kind of goes in further just about the responsibilities of management, the responsibilities of those charged with governance. So these are your financial statements. They're not our financial statements, they are the divisions. We just issue an opinion on them. And so then it just kind of covers what the auditor's responsibilities are within the statements. And that just kind of goes a little bit farther onto the second page. And then it's just dated for today. And I know that's just a quick overview, but Will, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Nope, that sounds good.
Perfect. Does anybody have any questions about that before I turn it over to Mark to go into the real exciting stuff? Excellent. I've left you speechless. Perfect.
Any questions?
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much, and I will turn it over to Mark.
Just before Mark, just so you know, you don't have a copy of the auditor's report in your package because it's not final till after it's presented and that the statements are actually approved here at the board meeting, and then we'll get the final auditor's report with the date on it. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to get us started. So I am pleased to present the 2020-21 audited financial statements and the related financial reports which have been provided in your agendas. The following presentation is a high-level review of the financial statements and provides details of the management discussion and analysis, as well as the healthy indicators report. During this presentation, we'll review the following areas: student enrollment, the division's financial position, the accumulated surplus and reserves, the statement of operations, financial health, and additional data that might be available or is available for understanding the 2021 finances. So to start with enrollment, for the 2021 fiscal year, the division had 11,249 students from early education to grade 12. This was a 4.29% decrease from the prior year, whereas the enrollment had reductions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, as many children, especially in the earlier grades, were not able to attend our schools. So looking at the statement of financial position for the division, as shown on page 5 of the financial statements, as at August 31st, 2021, the division had financial assets of 30.14 million, whereas this mostly comprised of cash, investments, and receivables from the province. One thing to note on this area is during the year, the division had moved approximately $10 million from our cash accounts to our term deposit accounts, in which the division was able to negotiate to allow the division to receive a higher investment income rate. And that's obviously better for the future cash flows for the division. Within the receivables, the majority relates to Alberta infrastructure for capital projects and the GST rebate from the federal government. The financial position also comprises of about 12.14 million of financial liabilities, which mostly comprise of payables and unspent deferred capital contributions, or deferred operating contributions, sorry. Of the total of 12.14 million of liabilities, accounts payable represents $8.6 million. Included in that amount is $3.14 million of an accrued liability to the province for the weighted moving average adjustment, whereas this liability effectively allows the division to defer between the funded student enrollment and the actual student enrollment levels. Just for background information, initially the province had funded this with an estimate of 12,019 students. However, due to COVID and the reductions in student enrollments, we only came to 11,249 students. Therefore, that 3.14 million of weighted moving average adjustment relates to the funding that we have to provide back to the province relating to the difference. Other liabilities include the future benefit liability, or the employee future benefit liability for some bank time, and an estimated liability for accrued sick time for our QP 290 group, as their sick time can accumulate from year to year. The financial liabilities also include the unspent deferred operating contributions of 3.31 million, which is outlined in Schedule 2 of the financial statements. These deferred contributions include approximately 78,000 of operating activities for other Government of Alberta programs, such as child services and health, and other non-government programs. There's approximately 3.14 million of deferred provincial operating funds, including infrastructure maintenance and renewal and capital maintenance and renewal funding of approximately 3.14 million. And just to clarify, within Schedule 2, we do indicate that the Safe Return to Class grant was fully utilized within the year, which would be within our expectation. Last off, there's approximately 95,000 of deferred funding for capital planning that is still within our deferred operating contributions. Therefore, if you take the total financial assets and you subtract the financial liabilities, you result in an $18 million net financial asset position. I wanted to also note for historical years that the spent deferred capital contributions that are at the bottom of the schedule used to be in the total liabilities, therefore providing a huge financial deficit in prior years. However, in the last 2 years of financial statements, this has been broken out separately to really clarify what the actual statement of financial position of the division is. The non-financial assets of approximately 161.27 million mostly consist of capital assets. The total capital assets are $160 million, and that's outlined in Schedule 6 of the financial statements. This includes approximately $154.65 million of supported capital assets from the province, and there's approximately $5.3 million of board-funded assets within the tangible capital assets. The tangible capital assets were an increase from the prior year, as we had approximately $10.3 million of increases to our building and our work in process. And there was approximately $1.4 million of equipment and vehicles added this year. Just to clarify, out of these total amounts, the vast majority relates to the construction of Dr. Robert Plaxton Elementary School, which has just started for the 21-22 year. Therefore, the accumulated surplus, or now referred to as the net assets on the financial statements, results in a $24.61 million position. So this accumulated surplus, as shown in note 9 of the financial statements, is comprised of approximately $691,000 of unrestricted reserves and approximately $10.68 million of operating reserves. This allows for a total of $11.37 million. Therefore, the total surplus from operations can be utilized to fund future projects from these reserves, including many of the following projects and priorities. Within this balance, there is a total of $3.17 million of school-based reserves, in which we already are planning to have $1.2 million to be used in 21-22 for individual school sites. There's approximately $467,000 of reserves specifically set aside to support with enrollment reductions as part of continuing with the COVID-19 pandemic. There's approximately $650,000 of classroom furniture and woodworking and automotive shop equipment upgrades that were planned in 2021. However, were delayed into 21-22 due to supply chain delays in manufacturing and shipping. Overall, budget 21-22 plans on using a total of $3.52 million of these operating reserves, including carry forward of school-based reserves, carry forward of commitments of furniture and equipment projects, and other reserves to support in the 21-22 school year. In addition to the accumulated surplus from operations, there is board-funded investment in tangible capital assets. Capital reserves and endowments are also included in the $24.61 million in accumulated surplus, or now referred to as net assets. Details of the transfers between these different funds can be shown on pages 10 and 11 of the financial statements, and that is Schedule 1 of the financial statements. The statement of operations, or otherwise known as a profit loss statement, is made up of the revenues and expenses of the division, and that's also outlined on page 6 of the financial statements. There was approximately $129.14 million of revenues for the division, in which approximately 97% was received from the government of Alberta. This is an $871,000 decrease from the operating budget, which is mostly due to that the IMR operating funding was reduced, as many of the IMR projects were actually moved to capital this year instead of operations. Just to note, for our analysis of the operations in our year-end reporting and many of our other reporting, we end up using the operating budget, as the actual financial statements include the preliminary budget, which is the legally adopted budget for the division. However, the preliminary budget does not include all of the updates that are shown in the operating budget. The operating budget provides the most up-to-date budget based on the information available. Whereas in the following presentation, we'll be going over the 21-22 fall budget update to finalize the operating budget. Some of the major changes from the operating budget from the initial preliminary budget is the updates for the weighted moving average liability, the inclusion of the $4.14 million of Safe Return to Class grant that was updated after the preliminary budget, the projected proceeds on the sale of buses, the projected reduction in the school-generated fund activities due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and multiple other factors and updates. There was also approximately $127.42 million in expenditures. The majority of this relates to staffing costs. This is an actual $4.5 million under budget due to significant impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic and other multiple factors. Just to outline some of these factors, the COVID-19 pandemic had resulted in reductions in student enrollment levels, including some children that had complex needs. Therefore, some positions were not specifically needed to be filled, as staffing is based on student needs. The COVID-19 pandemic also created significant delays in supply chain issues for supplies and equipment, whereas many products are taking significantly more time to be produced and shipped, which has delayed some of the purchases into the following year. As mentioned before with the revenues, the operating IMR expenditures were reduced as many of the IMR costs were capitalized during the year, so it moves it from an operating expenditure into a capital expenditure. And the transportation costs were less than budget as the city of Lethbridge had rebated back some of the invoicing during the year. There was a reduction in student ridership due to COVID-19, and the invoicing from the city did not require contributions to the bus replacement fund as the city had terminated the service agreement for busing. So to review some of these expenses in additional detail, the following chart just indicates how we are spending some of the money. Overall, there's approximately 81% of the total costs that are provided towards instructional programs, and approximately 19% to support, to provide support functions such as maintenance, transportation, and administration. We also provide a breakdown by the different types of expenditures, in which I just want to indicate that approximately 80% of all of our costs relate to staffing costs. So in addition to the financial statements, the division does provide a detailed management discussion and analysis report on the financial information, and we encourage anyone to review our year-end reporting. As shown in these reports, the vast majority of the costs relate to reductions in grades 1 to 12 or K to 12 instruction and plant operation and maintenance. In addition to this reporting, we also have our financial dashboards, which are available on our website. This allows the public to have an interactive way of looking at our financial information, including the ability to click on specific data, and it will filter and display the dashboard accordingly. These dashboards are available for both reporting periods, and a live financial reporting is available for the division and its schools. So when you take the total revenues and you subtract the total expenditures, this results in an operating surplus of $1.7 million to be allocated to reserves or other accumulated surpluses. The indicators of financial health can help measure of how we compare to other school divisions of similar size, whereas in the last couple of years, we've been compared to boards with 9,000 to 20,000 student enrollment. As shown in many of the indicators, we have improved our ratios compared to other school boards of similar size throughout the province. This can be attributed to sound financial management, planning, and governance. And these are also all indicated within our health indicator report that was also provided in the agenda. There's also a significant amount of other data that's available within the financial statements and the other financial reports that help provide additional data, accountability, and transparency. These include the schedule of fees, which provides information on the types and the amounts of fees being charged throughout the division. Although the division is no longer charging base instructional fees, there are still fees relating to extracurricular activities and options at the schools. Schedule of system administration provides details on the administrative costs and provides a breakdown in many of these instructional areas or administrative areas. The 2021 financial statements now also includes a reconciliation between administrative expenses and the related funding for the division. One additional note that is typically beneficial to indicate is the information on our school generated funds. This note, note 15, shows the total amounts of funding and the amounts that have been expended. And as at the end of the year, there was approximately $2.41 million of unspent school generated funds, including deferred revenues of approximately $49,000 and approximately $2.36 million in accumulated surplus and reserves. To also provide the finances in a more visual perspective, we have created infographics to provide our division's 2021 financial information. The following also provides information on finances that have been discussed through this presentation, including enrollment and funding sources, expenditures on operations and capital, and on the accumulated surplus and reserves. So I guess I will now open it up to see if there are any additional questions that I could support with.
Craig is getting excited to ask some questions, so go ahead, Craig.
Yes, just sorry that I missed the audit committee meeting as I was traveling back from Edmonton. Two questions. The school generated funds surplus. Do we have a timeline on when they have to spend that surplus, or does it just sit there? That's the first question.
There is no timeline, and it very much varies on how much is handled at each school. There are certain restrictions on that we can't be building up additional school generated funds as we can no longer charge fees on instructional purposes. Luckily for all of our provincial reporting, and when we're looking at our adjusted accumulated surplus on operation ratios, the amounts that are held in school generated funds are always excluded from those ratios. So the province doesn't take those into account when they're reviewing what our reserve levels are. So I hope that answers your question.
Yep. The second question, and we all know that the majority of our expenditures are staff costs. On our certificated staff, how does that compare, the amount of money, the 80%, compared to other similar divisions? Are we lower or higher?
I think we're very comparable. I personally have never gone through and looked at other school divisions to find out their exact percentages. When I look at the provincial consolidated statements, I know we're also very comparable to the overall provincial statements on percentages. Okay. But that's definitely something that we could run some scenarios and look at specific boards of similar size and see at what our percentages are accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And Christine has a question or a comment.
Sorry, it's not a question, it's just a follow-up, just a follow-up comment to be careful to compare percentages with other school boards, because other school boards might be more heavily weighted on transportation costs or their facility costs, depending on their makeup of their school board. So that might sway, that does sway your percentages. So I think you'd have to do a bit of a deeper dive to make sure that we truly understood what that percentage was. But I don't think we're far off, but I
Oh,
think I think
thanks.
it's important to look at that.
Right.
And Tyler, go ahead.
Just three things for Mark. If it's more just about an explanation, just to make sure the board understands a few things that came out of the audited financial statements. So the first one is if you could just quickly explain the 3-year weighted moving average liability so that everyone understands why it's come about now and what you're doing with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So under the new funding framework, all divisions are under what's called a weighted moving average, which is based on 50% of our funding is based on our current year projections for the upcoming school year. 30% relate to the most recent year's actual enrollments or almost actual enrollments. The province sometimes has some fine tuning in that. And then 20% relates to the 1 year prior to that. So over 3 years, our weighted moving average is adjusted. So for budget 2021, the province had originally provided us funding based on a weighted moving average that used about 12,019 students for the 2021 school year. We did receive that actual money from the province. However, when we were looking at our actual enrollments when we came to September 30th, 2020, we ended up with 11,249. So understanding that the funding framework would indicate that in the future or in the following budget year, the division would have to effectively repay that money back. The Board of Trustees through Executive Council made the decision to set up a deferral for the weighted moving average. So we're not spending money that we truly don't have. One of the main reasons is if we have to get a clawback on funding in 2021-22 relating to the 2021 school year, that would hurt the division in that year. And then we would also get double hit by the reduced enrollments and the reduced weighted moving averages within the 21-22 school year. So what we did is we ended up setting up a deferral for that amount. And then subsequently, so during the summer of 21, the province did come out and clarify that, yes, that was absolutely the right practice and has to be the required amount moving forward as well. So we'll also be looking at that when we're looking at our fall budget update is during preliminary. We've set up a deferral for what our estimated weighted moving average is, and now we're just doing some fine tuning in our fall budget update. Does that clarify weighted moving average? Or is there anything else you'd like to know?
There's still two more. I still got two more for you.
Just hang on.
Okay.
Do people have questions about the moving weighted average? And you may have questions as we move forward, and that's fine to continue to ask those questions.
Absolutely.
Tyler?
Okay, and the next one was just how we went from, during that fiscal year, we went from a planned deficit to a planned surplus. And just wanted to make sure everyone understood kind of how COVID played into that with the staffing and how we kind of flipped that from one to the other, just so they understood where that came from.
Yeah, absolutely. So both with the preliminary budget and the follow-up operating budget, we were planning on utilizing reserves. So that is a big chunk of school-based reserves, as well as some central reserves that we were planning to use during the 2021 school year. When we're looking at the operating budget, because that's the most clear budget of where we should actually be operating, we did have some savings specifically on staffing. With a reduction in student enrollment, we also had reduced kids that have complex needs. And there's a specific budget that's put in place for specific staff for those kids. So we didn't end up hiring, or we weren't required to hire those individual staff as those ratios weren't there. One of the biggest other ones is on actual supplies and materials. With the delays that we've seen due to COVID-19, some of the products, their usual lead time is a month or two. We've also seen it where some of our vendors have come back and said it's going to be 6 months to a year before we receive some of these goods. So because of those shipping delays and manufacturing delays, that reduced the amount of expenditures we spent this year. Some of that will be carrying forward into 21-22 as commitments have been issued, and they'll be spent during 21-22. There were other savings as well. So within some of the budgets, we had consulting costs for occupational therapists as part of the transition from the RCSD program into us now managing it, where we were able to save a bit of money as Alberta Health Services had taken on those responsibilities for some of the more complex kids. So we were able to save money in those areas. And then last but not least is on the transportation side. The division was given so much money from the province to spend on transportation. Luckily, we were able to generate a surplus with some rebates back on invoicing from the city as part of the termination of the agreement. And then as we are switching providers, we also didn't have to provide specific money for our bus replacement fund that is usually collected by the city each year. So we were able to save that money for this year. For future years, obviously with Southland being operating, those costs will still be incurred. So those are the vast majority of why there's changes. I could mention IMR, that the expenditures are down, but the revenues are down by the same rate. So those are actually offset. And then the changes within school generated funds, that's within our operating budget. We had projected both that the revenues and expenditures were going to go down at the same rate. And we came actually very close to that amount. So if you're looking at what has changed, that moves us from a deficit position into a surplus position, those are the vast majority of them.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Okay, third one.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nice. There's no questions about that one. And the only other one, this should be quick, is I just wanted to make sure everybody understood when they see our reserve numbers that there's a difference between committed and uncommitted reserve, and sometimes why our committed reserves might end up being quite high for something like technology evergreening, just to make sure they understand that it says we got $1.5 million put away somewhere, but why that's set aside and it's a lump sum purchase.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the unrestricted reserves are reserves that have not been specifically allocated to any program or function of the division. Lots of times those are kind of used for if there's revaluation or different changes within the statement of financial position, or it works as a contingency account if something is unexpected. And just as a reminder, within Schedule 1, that's approximately $691,000 of unrestricted. Within our internally restricted operating reserves, we're sitting at about 10.68 million. Those are reserves that have been earmarked or specifically allocated towards either specific programs or specific projects. Those can include all of our school-based ones, which is a large portion of our reserves, as well as the school-generated funds are included in those amounts. And like what we kind of talked about before, those are held at the school-based position. They are excluded when we do our reporting to the province, but it is still part of that bigger number. And then when you're talking about technology, we do put money specifically in for our technology evergreening funds. Those are within our capital reserves, as they're going to be capital expenditures when they actually occur. That one's a great one to show long-term planning, and the need for it is some of our phases. So our elementary phase, which is coming up for 22-23, will range between $2 to $2.5 million for just that phase alone. So we've been saving up for the last 5 years for that. And then when we come to that year, we'll have the money set aside in that reserve to pay for that specific phase. Then also within technology evergreening, we have our secondary phase, which comes up in 24-25, and that's been saving up. We have now our mobile device phase that has started and is set up. We have our projectors phase. And then we have just other incidental costs that might be coming out of that reserve. So for lots of the operating and capital reserves, lots have been earmarked and planned for the future so that way we can make sure some of these large purchases are covered. And then when we're looking at operating reserves, as we have now fluctuations with one-time funding, some of these reserves can protect us in the future to minimize the ups and downs or fluctuations within our funding model, and we can use reserves to mitigate those changes from year to year. One big one that we'll be looking at probably within the next 1 to 3 years is we have right now bridge or transitional funding within our operating budget that has been provided by the province, and that has been going down from year to year and is not guaranteed for future years. So if we do not receive it, those reserves will be critical for us to use as a float to mitigate the fluctuations from year to year instead of here's a big drastic change in funding and we have to now react to it. Hopefully that answered your question. I know it sounded probably long-winded. I could probably go on for hours on talking about reserves, but I'm trying to keep it minimal.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think I can speak for the whole board when I say we are now sufficiently excited.
Okay.
And the people at home, so thank you very much.
We're supposed to be excited for this, right? Yeah, okay. Christina has a question.
My question is also about reserves. But so in 2019, in response to the provincial budget, the board took out almost double the amount from the reserve than was expected, is my understanding, in order to cover the shortfall for staffing, which I applaud. That was fantastic that we were able to support our staff. My question is, do we feel sufficiently recovered or prepared for future situations of a similar nature, given the unexpected nature of the provincial budget funding?
I'll touch on this and then see if Christine maybe wants to give any other additional information. When we're looking at reserves, we are looking at what are the potential factors that might come up. And I know that myself and Executive Council have gone through our reserves in detail and looked at what are the potential changes or fluctuations that could happen within our funding model, especially changes in the provincial funding model, knowing that in 21-22, we are getting some COVID mitigation grants, which is one time. And we also include our bridge and transitional funding, which is also one time. So if those are reduced or eliminated, what are some potential impacts on us? And how can we use reserves to bring us through until our enrollment catches up to our funding levels? So I think at this point, unless there's anything that's completely unexpected, we are sitting in a good position. And I think there is room. So if something does come up that is unexpected, the board can make the appropriate decisions to use funding as needed to cover as much as possible. A great example of that, and I know you brought that up, is the use of reserves to cover when the class size grant got cut. We were already operating midway through the 1920 school year, and we had already finished our fall budget. We already had started the year, and I think it was late in October or in November, the reduction or the elimination of the school grant or school class size grant was actually announced, which makes it very challenging to react if it's already happened. And that was about a $5 million reduction out of our budget. So between the use of reserves, savings on average teacher costs because we had some newer teachers, and just finding cost savings throughout the division, we were able to mitigate the change there and not have those huge fluctuations to staffing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Christine does want to have.
Yeah, I just Mark actually explained it perfectly. The only comment I just want to add is there, as you are probably aware, that the topic of reserves is always controversial in how much reserves boards have, in excess of a certain potential percentage and whatnot. And, there is, at this point, there's a cap coming into effect, which may change. Hopefully it will, because there's been lots of advocacy. But this is just a really good example, Christina, of why boards need to have flexibility in their reserves, accountability for what the reserves are for and what we're going to use them for. It's one thing to be sitting on a lot of reserves with no real long-term plan. And as Mark explained, we sit down and we look 3 years in the future of what we think we'll need them for, particularly with some of this bridge funding. And so we take a very thoughtful approach to that. But having those reserves allows us to react, and we were able to react quickly without adverse effects, as Mark explained. And so that's why I think having a hard cap limit sometimes can be harmful in an operation when we are dealing with political forces, economic forces, and things like that impact our operations.
Thank you, Craig.
One thing that I always liked when we talked about reserves is that we talked about, in the worst case scenario, if we had to spend them, how many days can we operate our school division with the reserves? Because that really brings it down to exactly what we're doing with our reserves. And so what would our, about how many days or weeks?
So based on a total of approximately $10 million or $11 million of total accumulated surplus from operations, and given that we don't utilize this for any other purpose, and understanding that we have about $120 million budget, it's looking to just be about 9 or 10% of a school year. So.
Yeah. And I think that's an important thing that the public doesn't always understand, is that we only have about 18 days worth of money if the worst case scenario came about to fund it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we do need to make a motion. Is there somebody that would like to make a motion to approve the... Craig?
I move that we approve the audited financial statement for 2020-2021.
Fiscal year as presented?
As presented.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Okay. All in favor? And that's carried.
I was just going to add, so this wraps up the actual audited financial statements. I'll be putting up the financial statements as soon as possible on the website, and the reports are already there. We'll also be planning on developing the comprehensive annual financial report for submission for the Canadian Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting from GFOA International, which we have been successful for the last 4 years, or since we had started. And to my understanding, we are the only school board in Canada to have received this award. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. That's wonderful, the work that you guys are doing. So with that, I believe our other guests are leaving. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you very much, Avis. Thank you, Will.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Just
go ahead, Craig.
I would just like to, I wasn't there, but Tyler was there, and I'd just like to thank the committee, the audit committee, because we do have public members. That's the word I was thinking of. And so it's quite open and quite transparent. So I thank the audit committee.
Excellent, thank you. And next we have the budget update, and I'll turn it over to Christine.
And I'm just going to turn it over to Mark, because Mark has done all the work on the budget update. And so as Mark has explained, we have a legally adopted budget that we're required to approve in May of each year. And then of course things happen as we lead up to our official count date of September 30th. In this case, it was September 29th this year because of our Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th. And then, so once we have our known enrollments, Mark then does the calculations and adjustments, and the schools then get their carryovers, and they take a look at maybe some changes that were happening for staffing that they've worked on with Mike through the summer and the early fall, and then we result in what we call our operating budget, not the official adopted budget, but what we operate under. So, Mark, take it away.
Thank you, Christine. Well, I am also pleased to present the 21-22 operating budget. As Christine has noted, this is an update to the preliminary budget, which was approved in May 2021. And is updated for the September 30th enrollment counts, and any updated information that we get between when we had approved the preliminary budget to pretty much when we're presenting it now. So to try make this explained as easy as possible, as I know there's lots of moving parts, I tried putting this into an infographic to try to explain some of these biggest moving parts. Once again, we do provide a full executive summary report that provides the details and all the numbers, but we try to use this infographic to try explain the process. So the operating budget effectively takes the preliminary budget of $132.51 million, which includes approximately $2.64 million of reserves that have already received ministerial approval. And we've added the updates for the 21-22 operating budget. These updates include the update to the weighted moving average adjustment, which has been updated to have a reduction of approximately $349,000 to our weighted moving average adjustment, as the liability has increased from approximately $1.81 million to approximately $2.16 million. As we've kind of indicated through the financial statements, the WMA liability is effectively the difference between the student enrollment that the division estimates and is funded by the province and the actual September 30th numbers. So when we looked at it during the preliminary budget, we used all the information available to calculate the 1.81 million, and we ended up with 11,634 students estimate in preliminary budget. I would say that we are extremely close, as the total resulting September 30th count was 11,670 students. So this is only a 34 student variance on 11,000 estimates. So overall, the funding stayed relatively simple. Where we did change is on information that we would not be able to estimate, is on the number of refugees and the numbers of moderate language delay student levels, which is a brand new code that has never been used before. So we had estimated based on what the province had provided us, and now we have that updated information. Since the preliminary budget, we've also been able to add the additional grants for the learning disruption grant of approximately $440,000 to support our boost program for grades 2 to 3 literacy and numeracy. And the division was also received notification that we were successful in receiving approximately $541,000 of facility lease grants for the operating leases at the Christian schools that are actually owned by the societies. Other operating revenues have also been updated, and you can see there's a total of about 4,400 net updates to some of the other revenue structures. The other bigger one I want to indicate is the reserve transfers. Is we've increased by about $880,000 of use of reserves. This increase in reserves effectively relates to approximately $220,000 we're looking to increase the transportation department funding for costs as part of the new transition to the Southland as a provider, and some other costs such as fuel costs that have increased from the prior year. There was also approximately $650,000 of additional commitments or purchase orders relating to the 2021 classroom furniture and woodworking automotive shop upgrades that were delayed from 2021 into 2021-22 because of these supply chain delays in manufacturing and shipping. Just to clarify, with this $880,000 increase, we will have to put a request forward to the minister for that additional approval in the use of our reserves. My understanding is Because of COVID, it should be a relatively simple process, but I'll be working on that probably tomorrow, is getting that final letter to the minister for approval should the operating budget be approved. Overall, when we combine the 132.51 million from the preliminary budget plus the net increase of 1.52 million for the funding updates, we result in a total operating budget of 134.03 million. Just to really show the numbers as well, the following is an overview of the financial effects of the changes. Whereas the Alberta education revenues, you can see the effects of the weighted moving average adjustment. We do have some increases in our base instruction, but then in our supports and services, especially for refugees and those moderate language delay levels, we did have reductions. The project and contracts were updated to include the learning disruption grant and an additional smaller French language grant for additional French supports through our Odyssey program or through the federal Odyssey program. Other provincial revenues include the facility lease grant. We were successful in getting the Alberta School Council Engagement Grant, and we did provide updates to some other provincial grant funding just based on our year-end information. Within this section, I also try to clarify what the weighted moving average adjustment is used for, that we can defer the funding reduction from the province so that we do not have those extreme budget fluctuations from year to year. And like Tyler had indicated during the financial statements, that's a very important part to understand of why we set up this WMA liability. And so we do not have those huge fluctuations from year to year. Therefore, as we've shown what is updated in the funding for 21-22 operating budget, we can now show what the effects are within the actual costs or expenditures of the budget. So starting with the fall budget allocation of contingent staffing, during the preliminary budget, we had set aside funds so the division could easily address potential hotspots and to support schools that have seen additional enrollment growth. As you can see, we had moved approximately $1.25 million of contingent staffing to elementary schools, which includes approximately 11.94 FTE of classroom teaching positions. There was approximately 552,000 or 5.5 FTE allocated to middle schools, and there was approximately 438,000 or 4.36 FTE that were allocated to the high schools. There was also an approximately 349,000 that was removed to offset the reductions in the weighted moving funding adjustment allocation. And that's what we talked about in the revenue side, that our total provincial funding had went away a bit, so we had to adjust for that accordingly. The preliminary budget also included $250,000 for school nutrition funds, whereas this has now been updated to distribute those funds directly into the schools within the operating budget. Whereas in preliminary budget, it's just held in our preliminary budget clearing center until those allocations are finalized. The preliminary budget also included approximately 1.1 million in school-based carry-forward reserves, including projected supplies and services for schools. In the fall budget update, each of the schools reviewed their school-based reserves and included requests for their use of school-based reserves. This included 379,000 that has been allocated towards elementary schools, 304,000 for middle schools, and 494,000 for high schools. Each of the school-based budgets were updated to include their use of reserves, and the school-based budgets were also updated for the related expenditures that were planned with these school-based reserves, including updates to supplies, equipment, and some schools added a little bit of extra staffing. In addition to the preliminary carry forward of reserves, there was also approximately 880,000 increase to reserve carry forwards. This included 200,000 for supporting transportation costs as part of the transition to the new provider and fuel cost increases. 650,000 of additional commitments that are related to the 2021 classroom furniture and woodworking and automotive shop upgrades that were delayed due to supply chain delays in shipping and manufacturers. And there was approximately 30,000 of additional school-based reserves used above the preliminary estimates for the school-based budgets. In relation to the specific grants that were updated in the fall, the approximate 541,000 of facility lease grants were distributed as the Christian societies that own the Christian schools would then get lease grants specifically for those societies. Just to clarify, this lease grant is reviewed on a year-to-year basis by the province. So we do not know from year to year if this grant will be successful. So we wait till we actually get full approval and then we distribute it off to the Christian societies. We also received the 440,000 in learning disruption grant to support the Boost program by adding a total of 4.0 FTE of instructional teaching time, which supports a number of partial term positions throughout the elementary schools as part of the Boost program for grades 2 to 3 literacy and numeracy. This program also is supporting some supply costs directly for the program. Therefore, after allocating all of the contingent staffing and the addition of the Boost program and some use of reserves for some staffing, there was a total of 643 FTE of teaching staff in the division, which is only a slight decrease from the preliminary budget that we had originally estimated. And there was a total of 480 FTE in support staffing in the division, which is a slight increase from the preliminary budget. Similar to the revenues, the following is a overview of the financial effects of the changes throughout the division and the related effects of the additional grants, the weighted moving average adjustments, and the other adjustments throughout the schools and departments. I would highly recommend that if you want to know more, please review the 21-22 operating budget executive summary report and the additional information that we provide on our website. So that concludes my presentation of the 21-22 operating budget, and I can open the floor up if there's any further questions.
Are there any questions? Not seeing any questions. Any last comments?
No, just a big thank you, Mark, for making this very clear and understandable on how things change from May to now. Appreciate the work on that. And yeah, that's all I have to add.
And Christina may have a question, or she's making a motion.
I do have a question.
You're making the motion? Okay.
No, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. So I saw that in part of the report, sorry, I'm trying to find the page, that it was decided that 6.1 support staff were removed, who were not previously been hired, was removed from the budget because of the change to enrollment, if I understand correctly. It's on page 63 of our board package, or page 11 of one of the budget. And I'm just curious about how that is decided, whether at 6.1 were previously expected to be assigned to students that were not then enrolled, or whether that was a change based on our decision.
Mark, do you know specifically what she might be referring to? Is that to a specific program? Because overall we added support staff.
I would have to see the exact section, because I know that in the prior year, so in the prior year budget, there were some FTE that were allocated that were not specifically hired. So when we compare this operating budget to the prior year's actual numbers. We don't just go budget to budget. We try go what is our operating budget FTE compared to what actual staff were hired in 2021. I think that's the section. I couldn't hear that good because of the microphones. But
she was looking on the audited financial statement report, not the budget report. So she's all good.
Okay, and Craig?
So under the operating budget now, are we projecting a surplus, a balance, or a deficit?
We're projecting a use of reserves, and we've increased the use of reserves from the preliminary budget by about I believe $879,000. So we're projecting an operating deficit to draw on reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So, Chris, if you look at the revenue section, the prior year reserves of 3.51 would be how much we're looking to actually use of our reserves compared to the prior of 2.64. And then, so that's how much reserves we'd actually be using. And then on the expenditure side, we do have $900,000 that would be used from operating purposes and put into our capital reserve for technology evergreening. And that's part of that savings that we do each year. So when those evergreening phases come up, we actually have the money to pay for those that technology phase.
Okay. Any further questions? Craig? This is your second and last question.
I know. Under the new budget guidelines from the provincial government, if we have an increase in students, I would assume our budget would go up slightly.
Yeah, so once again, that would come up with, or that would be adjusted through our weighting moving average adjustment. So right now, the province had estimated us at a higher rate than we're projecting for the fall. So that just means our weighted moving average, we have a liability position. If we came right even with the initial projections, then we wouldn't have to worry about a weighted moving average adjustment or liability. And in theory, if we had more students than what they had projected us, instead of having a weighted moving average liability, we'd be looking to have a weighted moving average receivable or an accrual. So to recognize additional revenues. Although it doesn't spell it out directly in the funding framework for setting up a receivable, it does say that the weighted moving average adjustment will right size us to what our actual enrollment is. So based on that, and if we had increased enrollment over the year, then the following year we would get that money. Now, under the new 21-22 funding manual, there is a little clause talking about if we have a 5% fluctuation, then they would do a mid-year correction for us. So if the province had estimated, let's say 11,000, and our actual enrollment was more than 5% increase from that, then they would actually do a mid-year or an current year correction to that number. So we're not setting up just a receivable and then having to pay out of our funds to do that. They would do a mid-year correction. I hope that answers your question, because it is complex and there are different scenarios depending on what percentage increase you'd be over the projections.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any further questions? So I do need somebody to make a motion for us. Andrea?
I motion that the board approve the budget update for the 2021-22 fiscal year as presented.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrea. And all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Now, seeing that it is 2 minutes to 5, I have checked with Leanne and Garrett, and I believe there are no people for public forum. Okay, so we are able to carry on. So Mark, we appreciate, oh, did he go? No, he's still there. We appreciate all the work, and we are super excited, I think, to hear everything that you guys are working on and appreciate all that. So thank you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Excellent. So moving on from that, we have the division assurance results report.
So certainly there's nothing but excitement for the board in November. And actually it is good timing, because I think that, and one of the reasons that we do, Mark and preceding Mark, Christine, get recognized nationally and internationally for budgeting is because one of the reasons, there's many reasons, is that budgeting really does align with and is coherent with the planning and the priorities of the board, and the way that the budget is developed and presented and the process that goes through is directly related to planning and reporting. So thank you, Mark and Christine. I know that, all the way from what the board will see today, which is the assurance results report, to as we move forward throughout this year and into the spring and start to do our assurance planning, side by side with us all along the way is sort of the budgeting, right? And the really resource distribution, and that's the huge governance role as a piece of that. So I'll walk through the assurance plan. First, I don't know if Trish is, I want to say thank you, Trish. Trish does a huge, she's sort of like the orchestra composer, and she sort of doesn't harass people. She kindly gets everything in from the different people and starts to put things together. And of course, Garrett, who makes things actually look great. Once we get all the information together, and then Garrett puts it into format. So thank you to those people, as well as the entire leadership team at the Education Center for their contributions. And so we'll walk through this, certainly. So we've got our message from Allison to read through. We've got the accountability statement. We'll keep scrolling, Leanne. And you guys took great pictures of the board, and there you are. And so let's stop at page 5 for a minute, just to make sure that we're all understanding how our results report links to the assurance framework and our priorities. This was a little bit of a different year, because actually our education plan that this results report is reporting on was based on the previous model, a PORI model, and yet this assurance plan report tries to blend the two pieces together. So hopefully we made sense of it for the board and for the public. And so we've got the assurance domains are in those circles on the left on that page, and that's a provincial model that was started at the end of last school year, and that's the model that we will move forward with as a division and board. And so the outside circle is the local and societal context. Then we move into governance, learning supports, teaching and leading, student growth and achievement. And so we tried to make an alignment between that assurance model and how we're going to provide this report to you. And so local and societal context is directly correlated, governance is directly correlated, and then we've got our inclusion, achievement, and innovation board priorities that were set out in the 2020-21 education plan that needed to be addressed and reported on. And so the first domain, local and societal context, that starts on page 6. And if we keep moving to page 7, we've got our student demographics there. And Mark already talked a lot about our student demographics, but I think what's important here as well is this really helps the public and the board and everyone understand a little bit more deeply what the demographics look like in the school division. And especially if we, Leanne, maybe we could take a minute and go to our Microsoft Power. Does that link work? On the page, can we click on the link? No, sorry, the Power BI on the document. See in the blue? Yeah. And I just wanted to take a minute to remind the board and the public that we've got a performance measures dashboard. And a piece of that is understanding student demographics. So we've got our assurance measures, and we won't keep going back to that. But as we go through this report, there are many more measures that are reported on this dashboard than are in this report. And so certainly encourage, if people want to take a deeper dive into what some of those results are, this is a place to go, and it's easily accessible on our website. And so, for example, if you click on student demographics on as one of our dashboards, just go to the right there. You will be able to sort of take a deeper dive and take a look at previous demographics and start to take a look at more deeply into the demographics that are there. And if we go back, Leanne. And we'll just stick with it. But that, because I know certainly we've shown that once before when we went through some of the board orientation, but I just want to make note, as part of our minutes, that really encourage the public, encourage the board. You've got all of your live financial reporting there. You've got all of your accountability measures, your assurance measures, and your demographics on that reporting dashboard. And so if we move forward into staff demographics, I think, a piece of this is it just gives a snapshot in time on the kind of work that the Human Resources Department does. And because when we take a look at our staff demographics, we had gives you a sense of the volume of work that goes through a human resource office in terms of ensuring that we recruit, well, first of all, that we budget for and manage, and then recruit, go through the entire hiring process, place, onboard, and induct and provide in-servicing to a huge number of staff. So 4,797 candidates moved through the system, was 1,273, and 447 hired. And so certainly the type of processes that happen in human resources are quite complex. And so that's part of our context. And if we keep going to page 9, trends and opportunities is part of our context as well. And so I encourage you to read through the section on the educational delivery in the context of COVID-19, because we're talking about, this report is for last school year, 2020, 2021. And as you know, our schools, had, and parents and families and community had many challenges. We first rolled out, if you sort of remember, last year under scenario 1, and then that quickly changed. And we had sort of back and forth all year long. So we had scenario 1, but we still had 17% of our student population who chose at-home learning. And for us, that was 1,540 learners. And I have to say, between human resources, our school administrators, and the staff in our schools, it was the turnaround time to ensure that we had structures in place. And when I say structures, not just marginal structures, we had quality instruction happening both at home and in school. And the flexibility that had to happen in schools was over the top, because not only did we have that the first time, then we had 2 further pivot points or changes through the year that people had to adjust to. So certainly, this section need to really applaud our school administrators, applaud all of our school staff for making sure that all students receive quality instruction throughout the year, and that it was back and forth and incredibly challenging for staff, not only for learners pivoting, but also just in terms of how many classes, and Morag, who really took the lead on handling the COVID notifications and pieces, and the number of classes that went into quarantine, the number of staff that went into quarantine. It was an incredibly challenging year, and I think our students were well served, and I thank the staff for that. Following that, we have a summary of accomplishments. I thought about, I know I need to just pick a few, but I just can't help myself. Sorry. We have to celebrate Dr. Robert Plaxton, the opening of that school, and I know it's amazing space and place, and of course celebrate that we're in fact in the planning stages of another new elementary school on the west side. We did go through, and I know even though it had its challenges, the volume and scope and complexity of the citywide boundary review, huge bouquets to Christine Lee especially, and the team of people that sat around the table, rolled up their sleeves, and went through the city boundary review, and made it very public and upfront on the website and gathered feedback. And although in a boundary review and change, you're never going to make individuals satiate all individuals. I have to say, if you go back and look at that now, it's actually interesting because when I was writing, so I thought I'm going to remind myself and go back and look. The board actually did make a lot of changes following the first public feedback round, a ton of changes. So if you go back and look, it wasn't as if feedback wasn't gathered or listened to. There was a lot of changes that were made and considered, and I think that there's certainly bouquets to the group of people who went through the complexity of boundary changes, and just as can be as is noted on the enrollments in the schools. Oh my goodness, are we ever lucky we did boundary changes, because we would have been in some pretty critical places and spaces had we not done that in terms of space. The 4.2 million energy improvement infrastructure upgrade project, a huge benefit for our schools, and a thank you to our maintenance department for managing that. And a huge thank you. I just showed you the performance measures dashboards. Those were put together last spring. Mark DeBoer taking a big lead on that, and with some assistance of some others. And of course, we've got our financial awards that Mark mentioned in 6 and 7 there, our Canadian Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and our Meritorious Budget Award from ASBO International. Huge bouquets and recognition to Karen Rancier and all of those who worked on the professional learning for administrators and for staff. We're really excited and moving forward strongly, continued into this year with creating cultures of thinking. I know that trustees have experienced a bit of what those strategies look like in your board orientation evenings, and we're really promoting that whole piece of innovation and thinkers and creativity and increasing student engagement with that. Then from 9 all the way down through 12, actually through to 14, you can really dig down and take a look at what are some of the great strides that we took in the area of mathematics and numeracy and the kinds of support that are being provided to schools. And then starting on 15, there's 3 pieces of the great work, and that what last year was Jen Giles, and this year we have Michaela Demers in that numeracy lead teacher position, and we've had Bev Smith doing great work in the literacy lead teacher position for, I believe, 5 years now, for 5 years. And our schools have become incredibly strong and proficient in terms of using best practice and using evidence-based assessment to inform their instruction. We have a division-wide evergreen cycle for laptops and iPads. That was huge. That's bigger than what you think sometimes. That takes a lot of research, a lot of balancing of what it is that we need to do with our technology and our technology funds and make it sustainable. That was the whole key. I remember the board talking about that, like, this needs to be sustainable. And Morag and some administrators, school-based administrators, really took the lead on anti-racism and anti-oppression committee, and that's moving forward and transitioning into work with staff, work with different groups of staff throughout the division. And I know that certainly a passion of instructional services, and Morag's passion is sort of the outside learning piece, and some relationships were developed last year and some strategies put into place. There were some changes in our Indigenous education portfolio with an additional teacher, and that was sort of that addition, as well as an addition of graduation coaches to work closely with our high school students. We're proud that we worked hand in hand with Alberta Health Services South, and we have thanked them over and over for the amazing work that they do with us and continue to do with us into this year. As I indicated, our teachers demonstrated their skill and commitment to shifting to teams, and that was certainly not a small task necessarily in terms of moving through that. And so as we move now into the last page of that, we've got some other things. We've got a program called Strive, and that's sort of an intervention program to help students who would benefit from therapeutic supports. And while June certainly in inclusive learning is always looking ahead and looking at how do we improve, how do we make things better, what are some new things that we can do, and even in a challenging context. We've talked before about dual credit, and we have that with Lethbridge College as well as University of Lethbridge. And under inclusive education, the RTI2 framework, and that's as well as Shelley Moore coming to our division. We've got a ton of work being done with our English second language program under Anne Muldoon, and two pieces of those. We certainly have our programs in our schools that our students have limited formal schooling programs, and we have teachers in those programs. Limited formal schooling are for those students who come to Canada, come to Lethbridge specifically, and who have had limited or no formal schooling, and they're in their teenage years, they're in their middle school or high school years. And we've got amazing staff in there and lots of support for those kids with a focus primarily on literacy. Number 30, our Southwest Collaborative Support Services got put in place after we lost regional collaborative service delivery, and that's for low incident services. And again, that's really with the sound leadership of our inclusive learning, Anne Muldoon and her team. We've got our early learning team, and I believe the board members had a chance to meet some of the early learning team up there. And certainly this division has been very proactive in the early education program, and has seen some challenges over the years with over the last couple of years with COVID, and certainly being able to continue to deliver that program to children and families. Fast Forward program, that's really about kids who didn't necessarily finish high school, and we try to connect, reconnect, connect, bring back, reconnect, connect, bring back, and make sure that those kids, with that we're doing whatever we can to assist those young adults, they're not kids, those young men and women, and completing their high school diplomas. And of course, we've got some human resources that I talked about before in terms of the amazing work that they had last year, and huge work in terms of transitioning a number of, well, whenever you redo boundaries, you're moving a number of staff and opening a new school. And so I was only going to pick a few, and then I couldn't help it. I had to go through all of them because I couldn't skip any. So that takes us to our overall summary on page 13. And so, it looks really blank, doesn't it? For those of you who are used to seeing the PORI results, this looks, well, why is only one area even have color? For two reasons. One reason is the diploma examinations and achievement tests, of course, were on pause for the spring of 2020 and all year of the 2020-21 school year. So there's nothing that would be new in all of our areas that have anything to do with the provincial testing program. As well, the assurance satisfaction survey replaced what used to be called the APORI satisfaction survey. And so those, for the most part, were new measures, not entirely new in all areas, but benchmarked as new measures. All right, if that makes sense. So in other words, now this will be a benchmark measure that will be used for the subsequent. So when that survey goes out this February, these will be some benchmark measures that will be used for those measure evaluations, which, as you see with our measure evaluations, everything's NA except for high school completion, right? Because these are new benchmarks. So that's why it looks fairly blank. That's not just us, that's through the whole province. And so under the domain of student growth and achievement, on that first page, on page 14, I make mention why we don't have that. So we'll just keep going down to high school completion. But what the board has to realize is high school completion is exactly a year old, okay? Because this is the May 2021 report. They did not do an October report this year, which usually they do. And so they didn't do that report. So this is a year old. So let's hope last year looked good, but of course we don't know that. And it was a COVID year. We don't know what our graduation high school completion was for 2020, 2021. This would be 2019, 2020. Okay, so really this is 2-year-old data, but certainly demonstrates a good trend, at least pre-COVID, good trend, right? So it will be interesting when we do finally get the 2021 results. And so certainly we've got a good trend in all of our students, and we had a very, highly improved as well in our first Nations Métis and Inuit students, moved from completion rate of 49 at a 3-year rate to 59, 4-year rate from 55 to 66. And so, I mean, we don't know what that looks like for last school year, but certainly the conditions changed significantly last year. And so I think that we're going to see all of these benchmark measures that are 2 years old perhaps take a bit of a shift, right, once we finally get those results. English second language students, same things as I just talked about. Our programs, our inclusive learning department, our schools, our teachers in our schools do great things to support those kids. One of the ongoing challenges, and what we have to always remember is this, is it isn't necessarily everyone's goal to get a high school diploma. We have to remember, sometimes for some young men and women, their best goal is to get the courses they need to move on to a credential, right? Whether that be through college or through an apprenticeship program or some other program. And so that's something that we always have to think about as absolutely a relevant decision in someone's life, that, you know, if they're new to Canada and they're 18 or 17 or 19 years old, it may not be their goal to finish high school. It might be their goal to get the credential they need to move on to a program or a skill or a job that they need. And so that's something that we always take into consideration there. And so, Leanne, if we can scroll to page 18, citizenship. Now, even though it didn't give this as a colored measure, as having a measure evaluation, citizenship is not new. Wasn't put on the evaluation because there were different questions. They've changed the questions, and that's why this will be a little bit of a different anchor year. And so, of course, it's always interesting. You know, you've got in citizenship, you've got overall is 79. Teachers are feeling really confident that their students possess characteristics of active citizens. Students aren't so sure themselves, and of course, parents are somewhere in the middle. And that's so that's not an unusual trend, certainly. And that's something that, if you take a look back, is a typical trend. That's not new, right? Where students sort of have that lens of citizenship looking a lot different than teachers and students. And so that's an ongoing conversation that is healthy to have at a school level, right? What are we doing for citizenship? So when we take a look at elementary, some of the schools have the Leader in Me program. Some of the schools who did have the Leader in Me have sort of given their own flavor of that and tried to ground it in their own values and beliefs. And some elementary schools are just based entirely on their values and beliefs. Some schools have sort of they have their own branding of citizenship and really focus on developing that. So if you think about, for example, you know, the Wilson Way, you've got Lakey fish philosophy, you've got Patterson Tiger Pride, you've got Green to Gold, you got Coyote Character at Chinook, you've got, you know, What We Believe at Churchill. So there's a lot. If you were to look at, you know, what are the characteristics that they're promoting for good people, basically, they're really all different. They try to brand them to get kids excited about them and try to make that something that is a language common across the school. So if we go to student learning engagement, and again, it's interesting because if you take a look, students think they're engaged. This is a new measure, so this is really interesting to me. And if you look at the questions, this is a new measure, and it's about engagement, how much you're engaged in your learning at school. And so students are 65.9%. Teachers think they're 95.9%, and parents are feeling quite confident their kids are engaged at 87%. And so it is interesting in terms of, because really the learners are the students, right? And so it's how they're seeing their engagement in the learning. And so what I did as well, we have something that we've been implementing every spring alongside of the what used to be called the APORI survey, now the Assurance survey, and that's an Our School survey. And Our School survey has a number of measures that are not necessarily academic measures, and some are social emotional measures. And they really complement or give us a deeper understanding of some of the things that the Assurance survey or the APORI survey tell us. So I pulled, and you will find that also on our dashboard. So if you're curious about levels of anxiety, if you're curious about levels of engagement, if you're curious about all those social emotional pieces, behavioral pieces, those are on the dashboard. You can take a look at all of those measures. But I pulled the ones that I thought were quite relevant and connected with student learning engagement. And so you see the students that value schooling outcomes, right? And students who are interested and motivated. And so if you take a look, what happens over time? Right. And so this gives us good information to really stop and think about it, because those grade 4 students are just really valuing school outcomes, right? And grade 5, and then grade 6, that's when our transition happens in the school division, isn't it? And so, it's really of interest to us that we need to sort of, and I know, Morg, we're starting to take a deeper dive into that. So what is happening there? And then you take a look at look at grade 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Takes a big dip in that 10 again. And then interested and motivated, well, falls desperately, but the whole country falls desperately. In the other areas, we're below that. And so, when we're working on thinking classrooms, when we're looking at student engagement, when we're looking at opportunities, these are the types of measures that we hope will improve, right? And that we see change over time. And that's why I pull those to go sort of side by side with student learning engagement. If we take a look at lifelong learning, that's the next page, that's page 20. Lifelong learning, we're seeing similar, not quite as drastic, but still, for lifelong learning, we've got, just parent and teachers. We don't have student measures there. So teachers are feeling pretty confident that the students are getting the skills as lifelong learners, and parents are not quite as confident. And so that's an interesting distinction, and I think really should be a point of departure for conversations with school councils, right? And so, what do parents think are lifelong skills? What do schools think are lifelong skills? What are the attributes that are being promoted globally in terms of attributes of lifelong learners, and what do those look like, and what's the language that are used to describe those? And do parents, do they agree? Do they concur? Do they recognize? Do they see those as being developed in their children and young men and women in their houses? And so I also pulled a couple of our school survey links. Expectations for success. Really, we do just, the expectations for success piece look all right. They're right. And the effort piece doesn't fall as drastically as we saw with the valuing piece, right? So it's looking like kids are thinking that there's expectations are set up for them, and kids are thinking that they're pretty much, well, nationally, like comparatively, that they're putting forth that effort piece. Expectations for success and effort are called drivers. They're called drivers of students. Those aren't the underlying social emotional, which the other ones are. These are called drivers. So if those attitudes are in place in students, if those attitudes are instilled in a home, those are drivers that, if the social emotional are in place, those will drive success forward, right? That's what drivers are. Yes.
Now, I know we're getting the divisional totals. And I don't want to see individual schools, but does the administration have the information from individual schools so they can see what's going on in each school?
Yes, they do. So our schools each have their own reports, and we have access to the site that has each individual school.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And we'll keep going. And so if you read through page 21, that sort of just talks about drivers and sort of the relationship among all of those pieces, right? Positive learning climate at the top of page 21. So the other two were drivers. This is called positive learning climate. Is called a condition. So it's a necessary condition. So you have to have those drivers in place for optimal student success. And a positive learning climate is called a condition that's necessary for student learning success. So students need to feel safe, they need to feel cared for, they need to feel like they're in a positive learning environment where they're supported. That's a condition that has to happen. And so schools do have their results in this. do look at those results and have to think about, do we have the drivers? Do our students have the drivers? Do we have the conditions? And where are our students at with their social, emotional self-perception, right? Because remember, it's self-reported. And so where are our kids at with those pieces? If we go into page 22, teaching and learning, we've got our educational quality. That's not a new measure, but it's new questions, and that's why it's not evaluated on the chart. And so with the overall, actually for 2021, I have to say, I thought we might see a bigger drop than that, to be honest, in the midst of a COVID year. But it did go down slightly. So overall from 89 to 87.5 in terms of, do they overall satisfaction with quality of education. And I think that speaks to, just that level commitment of the schools, and everyone just was really focused on making sure that kids had great learning. And then in-service jurisdiction needs, that's professional learning. And, that's a teachers fill that piece out, and they give their perception in terms of their, whether or not the in-servicing received from the school authority has been focused, systematic, and contributed significantly to their ongoing professional growth. And again, my goodness, I have to say, that our curriculum director and those people who she worked with throughout the year, because our professional learning continued, and in different ways online. It was very creative. We still had collaborative communities. We still did things in different ways, and so certainly did our very best to meet the needs of our teachers and all of our staff, because that included support staff. Professional learning continued. And if we go to page 23, the accountability for quality standards. So there's 3 quality standards: teacher quality standard, leadership quality standard, superintendent quality standard. And under this domain now for boards, boards are accountable for reporting, what are you doing to ensure that the teaching quality standard is being followed, that the leadership quality standard is being followed, that the superintendent quality standard is being followed. So this really works through, there's a link to our policies. We certainly our policies are aligned with our evaluation policies for our teachers, for our leaders, and for your superintendent are aligned with the quality standard pieces. And I think that, one of the things that we did a number of years ago when the leadership quality standard first came out, and that was, I don't know if I put the year in there, 2021. We started working with the University of Lethbridge and did a real deep dive into the leadership quality standard. And that was the beginning and the impetus for, we worked with the University of Lethbridge for another 3.5 years, almost 4 years, on inquiry-based professional growth. And so the administrator spent 2 years exploring the leadership quality standard, exploring inquiry-based professional learning, and then that got distributed to schools and school staff, and the teacher quality standard. All leaders in division office, including myself, it's the expectation that we engage in inquiry-based professional learning and have processes in place to do that. And so there's certainly I would say a high level accountability that the board has in that area to ensure that we're taking care of those. The domain of learning supports, welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe learning environment. And certainly, last school year, in the 2020-2021 school year, a lot of time was spent implementing protocols to make sure that schools were kept safe during the pandemic. So lots of work by school administrators, staff, to make sure those kinds of things were happening. And there was a lot of focus on wellness. How do we keep people well? How do we keep people balanced? On activities, there's huge promotion of outdoor activity. It kind of gave that good segue in what are we doing outside? What are some healthy things we can do there? And as well as what are some ways that we can engage students who are really isolated, right? Our kids underwent a lot of isolation last year. There's a lot of talk and thinking about isolation. Access to supports and services on the bottom, if you take a look at that. So parents, 76, students, 77, so pretty close. Teachers, 89. And actually access to supports and services, that's a new measure, is a good conversation as well with parents, because some parents may not have had their children or young men or women in their household ever access services necessarily. And so when they get that question, they go, and when a parent answers that survey and says sort of NA or I don't know, that's counted as a no, basically. And so sort of those conversations about what are the services that we have. I know that inclusion and while we all work really hard to try to make sure now, and we always have to grow and change and reflect and find gaps and think about where we don't have services, just like we did earlier in today's board meeting with reflecting on what are the health services to kids. Those are ongoing conversations. So if we go to page 25, evaluation local strategies and continuum of supports and services, though that's, I do please take the time to read that. That's the amazing work that's being done by all of our people that work in the area of inclusion. When you went on the tour earlier today, you saw 6 signs on the door for speech language pathologists. We have a occupational therapist, and we started that for the first time last year. We've got an ESL student support worker, which you didn't get to meet because they were downstairs. We've got an incredible continuum of supports and services, and also linkages, as was mentioned earlier in this board meeting, to community supports and services that make sure that our kids get what they need. Indigenous learning, there was under Morag's leadership and John Chiefcalf, who most of you met today, there was a shift in how that was approached. We needed stronger support for high school completion, for giving those kids sort of that direction and that guidance and support to finish school and think about transitioning. And our teachers also says, you know what, we need more help with us delivering and understanding the lens of Indigenous education, because having someone come in once in a while looks totally different than being able to embed that into practice. And if we go under domain of governance, the measure there under governance is parental involvement, not a new measure, but some new questions there. And so certainly we moved from 72.9 in 2020 to 67.1 in 2021. And parent engagement right now is tough, right? And so certainly schools have worked hard this year to how do we get parents coming to school council meetings? How do we get parents to engage? A lot of parents, never mind kids isolated, parents felt and in many ways still continue to feel isolated from the schools. And so, us moving forward with that is a really important conversation for sure. At the bottom of that, budget actual, oh, sorry, Mark.
I think sometimes the questions that are asked are very interesting as well. I actually was one of the parents that, so don't hate me, but the questions that are asked are you a part of the school council? And if you say no, that immediately disqualifies. And so there are some interesting pieces to that I wonder how that all mets out. And I'm sure, we can look at that if we want.
And we can, and each school, when they get their assurance report, it's 120 or 130 pages, because they can break it down to the questions, and they can really take, if they're struggling in an area, they can take a real good look and have that conversation, right, with because that is a good point, Morag. The questions are, and that's why sometimes there's that difference gap between student and parent and teacher understanding of things, because while their lived experience of what that means to them is different. Budget and actual comparison. Do we need to go through that again? Are we good? Let's keep going. And summary financial results, we good? In other words, you audited financial statements, you're good, you're ready to roll on that. And the stakeholder engagement piece, of course, I really want to highlight and celebrate that, and thank you to Garrett, who worked really hard on this. We have a public engagement website, and there's not a lot of divisions that have that, and I'm really excited about how we're able now to house pieces, and hopefully eventually we get people knowing that that's where you go for public engagement, and keeping and housing our public engagement pieces, so people can go back and say, oh yeah, we did that, and oh yeah, that was the results of that. And so I'm really happy that that's there for us to move forward with. And then it's all the other pieces, our accountability and assurance system, whistleblower protection. That goes to Trish, I believe, is our whistleblower contact person. And so she reports this section. She said there wasn't any whistleblower incidences, no disclosures of wrongdoing, or nor complaints of reprisal during the 2020-21 school year. And the last is all of the web links to everything, because with the board's approval, this goes up on our website and is accessible for everyone to take a look at. So sorry, I talked and talked. I get excited about this because to me, this is sort of like not that money is at the core of our business, because we walk alongside with money, but this becomes something that drives us, moves, and this kind of information helps us with our planning that the board will again be rethinking about when we do our planning in the spring. So any questions?
And questions can be asked at a future time as well on the insurance.
Anytime.
Yeah. So, Christine, was that almost a hand up? No, you're good. Okay. I'm not seeing any questions. And we do need to have a motion for this. So Christine would like to make that.
I move that the board approve the 2020-2021 assurance results report as presented.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any further questions? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So next we have policy review, and I do know that Trish is on with us. Thank you, Trish.
Yes. So under 6.4 policy review, we have two policies up for review to be amended. Policy 402.8.2 medical examination. So I'm just going to go through the changes, proposed changes. Change district to division throughout the policy. Added the correct pronoun in number 1 there from his or her. In number 4, deleted the punctuation that should not have been in there before the word not and after the word not. And on the second page, changed the School Act to Education Act and then changed the section accordingly. And under references, under references, division policies, deleted 402.8.4, 402.8.5, and 404.3.2 as referenced policies, as those policies no longer exist under those titles.
Excellent. Are there any questions? Not seeing any questions. So we need to have a motion then to accept this amendment.
I guess that's me.
That would be you. Perfect, Craig.
I move that we accept as amended policy 402.8.2 and policy 403.2.
Excellent. Thank you. And all in favor? And that's carried.
Okay, so actually you just did the 403.2 employee resignations, which we didn't go through yet.
Oh, so we'll do that. Well, we'll do the.
Okay, so that was just for the
402.8.
It's an easy fix though. The 403.2, then I'm gonna go ahead. Employee resignations, changed division to district and updated the School Act to Education Act and updated the section. So it's a very easy change there.
I move that we accept the changes to 403, policy 403.2.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing, go ahead, Morag.
I don't want to create a whole new level of work. I'm curious about just, Trish mentioned he, she. I'm wondering if there's a policy trend to moving to they or just gender neutral pronouns. I'm just curious about that.
So that's on the previous policy, the 402.8.2.
Yeah, and I think it's more of a general question, Trish, if we keep he, she, or if we just use they, if that is more appropriate. I don't know. I don't know where we're heading with how we proceed with policy language. I'm just curious.
Yeah, just remembering the change of that was just to update our language to keep up with the proper pronouns.
Thanks, Trish.
Okay, are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Trish. Is there anything else today we get to hear from you about?
No, no, I'm done. Okay.
Hey,
Have a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you. So we're at 5:45. Wondering how people are feeling in regards to a break. We still have a considerable amount of agenda to go through. We have no more guests waiting, right? Is that accurate? There's no more staff that are waiting to present. Okay. So how are we feeling about having a break and looking at, before we go for a break, I'd like to look at an extension. So is there somebody that would like to do that?
I move that we extend this meeting past 6 o'clock.
Excellent, thank you. And all in favor of that? Okay, and with that, I think it's a natural place for us to have a break if we're good with that. How long do you guys want? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes is good? Perfect. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Just a reminder that the cameras are on.
Thanks, Allison. So in front of you is information about the voluntary retirement opportunity for teachers and for non-teaching staff. For the past several years, the board has approved voluntary retirement opportunity. So basically what happens is employees who are who qualify to collect a pension from the ATRF or the LAPP. ATRF is Teachers Pension Fund, LAPP is Non-Teacher Pension Fund. They can retire as of January 31st, then sign a temporary contract from February 1st to June 29th. The process for it is, as you can see, it's outlined there. An email is sent out to division staff. Anyone who's interested, they have a form that they need to fill out indicating their intention to take part in the opportunity. And then we respond in writing if they meet the criteria, and the criteria is pretty straightforward. And then again, if they qualify, then they're on a temporary contract from February 1st to June 29th, 2022. Basically, shorthand version, it allows them to start collecting their pension as of when they retire on that January 31st, and then continue working until the end of the school year. So normally we just have a motion and we don't provide the background, as much background information. However, we did have a community member express some concerns and had some questions about the opportunity. They're not from Lethbridge, they're from Medicine Hat, but they've had questions of a few divisions about these sorts of opportunities. And so we thought that we certainly listened to the concerns that they had and just wanted to share a synopsis with the board. And certainly, Allison, if I'm missing anything, feel free to add in. They wanted to see the quote unquote package that was sent to employees related to this. The previous motions all had the word package, which frankly is a little misleading because it gives the impression that it's like, you hear these big companies that have packages for people that are retiring. There is no package. That is the package right up there. It's essentially that you can start accessing your pension earlier. There was a concern about, although it's allowed to be done under the pension funds, is the board making the right decisions? Should taxpayer dollars be provided to retiring teachers? They were concerned about costs of the program, that sort of thing. And so as a result, we certainly listened. We took a look at what we're doing, and we made sure that we put more information for the board to consider. And I'm just going to share a little bit of background information for you, and then we'll get into the recommendation of whether you'd like to provide this opportunity for staff or not. So just some background. Over the past few years, the number of staff that have accessed this opportunity in 27-18 school year, it was 10 staff members. In 18-19, it was 8 staff members. 19-20, it was 8 staff members. And last year, it was 4 staff members. In terms of the benefits from a staffing perspective, it is beneficial to know who's retiring earlier rather than later. And I'll give you an example. So we get our budget usually end of February. Past few years, it's actually been March and April from the government, but traditionally it's been the end of February. And so we begin our staffing process then. If we know that people are retiring early before we start that staffing process, we can make the necessary moves to get people in place. So I'll give you an example. Imagine that school Y, they have to reduce by 1 teacher. School Z, they don't have to reduce by 1 teacher, but they've got a young teacher on a probationary contract, so we don't have to keep them on, but they want to keep them. If we don't know about another retirement, we would have to take a teacher from school Y and put them in school Z and bump that probationary teacher. If we knew about a retirement at a different school, at school A, then what we might do is take a teacher from school Y, put them in school A, and then keep that probationary teacher in school Z, if that makes sense. So it just helps us sort out the jigsaw puzzle for staffing. Some years, especially in a reduction year, it's really beneficial. Other years, it's maybe not as beneficial, knowing like last year, when you only had 4 staff taking up the opportunity, it's helpful, but it may be, it doesn't, out of a staffing puzzle of, 1,000 staff members, it maybe doesn't make that much of a difference, but certainly it can be very, very helpful. There was concern expressed that, we could hire a cheaper teacher, like a young teacher to replace them if we didn't have this program. I didn't really understand the rationale because We wouldn't know if they're retiring early if we didn't have this program. So that really is irrelevant. That person's, their salary is already in the budget. And then of course, many of our long-serving employees appreciate the opportunity to begin collecting their pension and continuing working with the division. In terms of cost of the program, there's minimal to no cost to the division. And I'll just explain that briefly why. So in terms of teachers, their pension comes from two sources. One is from the government. The government has money that they've agreed, it's enshrined in statute that they provide money for teachers' pensions. The other part comes from the actual teacher. They pay into their pension throughout their career, and that's money builds up over years, and then when they're retired, they can withdraw the money. So it really isn't a Lethbridge school division. We don't have anything to do with that money really, other than it's sort of an in and out that we process through their payroll. This is money that the teachers have earned over the course of their career, and we don't manage that money. It's up to the retirement fund to determine when they can draw it out. Are they allowed to continue working and still draw their pension, that sort of thing. For non-teaching staff with the LAPP, the division, so that the individual staff member contributes to the pension fund and the division contributes to the pension fund. So that's one of the differences. There is an expense to the division there. So technically, if we have non-teaching staff who take this program, we actually save money on it because we're no longer making those contributions for the pension because they're already drawing their pension. So really the only potential increased cost, and it's pretty minor, is they stop getting benefits through ASEBP, but we pay them, we give them money for their benefits, and they can pay them through the retirement funds. So their income goes up a little more, and sometimes that means we got to pay a little more in EI or CPP contributions, that sort of thing, but not a significant amount. Again, ultimately, the pension fund determines if they can access their pension, when they can access it. It's very common for people to begin to access their pension and continue to work. We have a number of staff members who are on contract, who are retired. Many of them are substitutes, that sort of thing. There are rules in every pension fund. So for example, teachers can only work up to 0.6 over the course of a year when they're collecting their pension, but that's really between the teacher and the pension. The division doesn't really get involved in that. So we, normally this is a relatively quick motion, but given that there were some concerns expressed, we wanted to make sure, first of all, that we just provided a little more information. We felt that there was a need to clarify the language because it wasn't quite as clear as maybe it should be. We thought it was important because there was a concern that there sort of wasn't a process involved in it. We've outlined the process here. It is pretty simple and straightforward. We deal with retirements all the time, and people are always surprised from the HR end that it's fairly easy. You pretty much just have to put in a letter indicating that you want to retire. So there's two potential motions there for you. One motion if you'd like to continue to extend the voluntary retirement opportunity, and the other one if you'd prefer not to. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Or if there's any conversation. Mike. And Alison, did I catch most of the concerns?
Yep, I think so. It was great to have conversations with you as well as to get the detailed information for all of the board to have the information before we make a decision. So I certainly appreciate the work that you did to make some of the language more clear and just really make it so that we are presenting and being transparent. So I appreciate that. Questions for Mike?
And just for the record, I checked with Christine and with payroll to make sure my assumptions were right about how the pension fund works and all that. I tell people all the time, I don't claim to be a pension expert. So yeah, I made sure to check with people who are more knowledgeable.
So I see Jenny has a question. Go ahead.
Mike, I just wanted to clarify, what were the concerns that were, I'm not sure that I'm totally clear on what the concerns about following this protocol were.
Yeah, so the concern was the gentleman wanted to see the package because it referred to a package. And we had sent the forms and emails. That actually happened in July 2020 before I was even part of the division. Mark DeBoer had sent him the information. So his concern was, well, I want to see the package. What does the package entail? And we explained that this process that we outlined is the package is the wrong term. That was part of the problem. He was concerned that there was an expense related for the division, that it was costing the division money. And therefore, if we didn't have a package or we didn't have a bunch of documents that went through it and there's an expense associated with this, how is the board giving actual oversight into this? Like, it seems like they're just kind of doing it willy-nilly. So that was sort of the flavor of it. Allison, fair?
Yeah, that was pretty much what he had requested information about or clarification on. Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Craig.
You did mention that the board does pay for their benefits for the last 5 months. So that's an increase in their contract.
No, so so the board, when they're on contract, the board does pay for their benefits. Yep. When they retire, they're no longer eligible under the ASCBP. Well, it varies, but when they're not eligible under ASCBP, they, as you well know, they go under different retirement benefits. So whatever money we were paying for their benefits, we just give them that money instead of paying it to ASCBP for their benefits. Does that make sense?
There's no actual increase.
Exactly.
That was the point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% the point. Yeah, and that's what payroll said. It said it changes nothing in what we do. Like, yeah.
There's no additional cost to the division. Okay. So other questions? So what direction would we like to go? Would somebody like to make one of these motions? Christine? Oh, sorry, Christina. Go ahead, Christine.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay. I would like to, is this on? Yes. I would like to move that the board extend the voluntary retirement opportunity to employees who qualify to collect a pension and are members of the Alberta Teachers Retirement Fund or local authorities pension plan, QP 290, QP 2843, and non-union employees. Employees intending to access this opportunity will be required to notify the division in writing per the process outlined by the division by December 17th, 2021, and submit a letter of retirement effective January 31st, 2022. These employees will be offered a temporary contract effective February 1st, 2022 to June 29th, 2022, or the end date as per the appropriate employee calendar.
Thank you, Christine. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Mike, for doing that work. So next we have is the Superintendent Evaluation Committee. So what I'd like to do is kind of go over the superintendent evaluation process and the committee. Typically what happens with the superintendent evaluation is that the superintendent, no matter who it is evaluated every year. During the normal regular years, it's a formative evaluation. And during the year prior to her, the finishing year of her contract, then it is a summative evaluation. And I believe the first year of the contract, there's also a summative evaluation. Is that correct? Okay. So with going with that, this year is a year of summative evaluation, which is a time for us to reflect and to celebrate and see where growth opportunities are and to really provide that summative evaluation. So as the committee stands right now, we have 3 people on the committee that are myself as the board chair and Christine Light and Jenny Steed. So at this point, we have began to set an agenda day that we can get together to kind of start the process. And at this point, the process is that we will look at what our plan is for that summative evaluation. The whole board would then be informed of what we discuss and talk about and make decisions from there going forward of what that looks like. So what we have for you today is the committee terms of reference. And it is, we need to approve an updated committee terms of reference. So the terms of reference are there for you. Did you want to go over any of them, Cheryl? Or okay, so the terms of reference are up there for you to take a look at. When we go down to the bottom, Cheryl, where it reports and target dates, you scroll down to that part. So the 2013, that should be updated. Okay, so if we can change that, Leanne. So the January and May should be 2022. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, and same with the June should be 2022 as well. And Craig, you have a comment. Go ahead.
Yes, and I've talked to Cheryl about this at policy. And I think the best way to discuss this is to make a motion. And I would move that I need the number of the, or the terms of reference, not the committee setup. I don't know which one that comes under, 3.3. Yeah, 3. I think so. Yeah.
So the 301.3 evaluation process for the superintendent of schools.
Yes.
Okay.
I move that the superintendent evaluation committee be changed to the whole board. And I will give the reasons why. I've done some research into a number of school jurisdictions. And one of the things that strikes me is that it's a whole board that hires a superintendent. Therefore, it needs to be a whole board that does the superintendent evaluation. And every board that I've looked at, and I've looked at about 15, it's the whole board that does the evaluation. Now, there's a reason why I think this is in our favor to do it as a whole board, because when we're finished, we don't have to repeat the process to the rest of the board. That the whole board's been involved in the process. We've accepted the evaluation. So then all that has to take place is a vote to accept the evaluation. And I would see that it's helping us become more efficient, more accountable, and more transparent. Whereas if it's just 3 people, they do all the work, they have to come and present, and then there's going to be questions answered. So I'm trying to look at ways that we can become more efficient in our board operation as trustees. And I would say that that's one way to do it, is to have the whole board do it. It doesn't change any of the other part of the motion. It's just that I think it's our board's duty to be involved right from the start. Thank you.
Okay, so Craig has a motion to change the composition of the committee to the whole board. Looking for questions or comments back to us in regards to that, to Craig or myself in terms of being the chair of the committee. So, Tyler.
Question on procedure. If we want to make a change to a policy, does it not need to go to policy advisory committee in order to be evaluated there by the stakeholders and then brought forth back to the board again?
Say that again, Cheryl. This is the terms.
So he's asking to change the policy so that everyone, that the policy states instead of the 3 people, that it's everyone. That's my understanding.
So it's pretty much it needs to go hand in hand, that the policy is done and then the terms of reference would be updated to match the policy.
That's what I'm thinking, if that's what the policy says. I don't know if we have the policy, but.
Okay, so Jenny has a question and then we'll go on.
I'm wondering if we're saying what we're meaning to. I know that Craig referred to a policy, but we're actually looking at our terms of reference. Are you wanting to make a change to the terms of reference or to the policy or to both?
Well, it says the composition and appointment. The committee shall consist of the board chair, 2 other trustees, and the superintendent. Now, I do know that under policy 203.4, which tells us about the committees, that it has that too. What I'm looking at is that, and I think the board could implement this and then send it to, well, we could pass it and then send it to the policy committee, because it's a board policy that we are directly involved in. So I know that there's a policy committee, but if we vote for it, we can then send it to the next policy meeting, which is December 8th, and they can bring it up and talk about it in the policy meeting with the shareholders. And I just feel that, it just makes our job easier. It makes it so that people know that everybody's involved. And it's just, most of the boards that every board that I've looked at, I'll put it that way, and I've looked at 15, do that, the whole board does the evaluation. And I don't care where we put it. I mean, we can do it here and we can do it under the policy that sets up the board committees, which would be the other, both of them. But if we do it under the policy that sets up the board committees, we still have to change this policy. And so I'm just trying to figure out which policy we need to do first, and then we can send it on to the policy committees and they can look at it.
Okay, so in terms of Jenny's question, it is about a process piece, so we need to figure out which piece is going to happen first. And I would believe that as a board, we can certainly send that back if that's the will of the board. We can send that back to policy, and then the terms of reference could be amended after that point. So I have Tyler and then Christine.
Basically say the same thing as you. I think we can say we want to bring this policy forward and put it as the number one priority for policy advisory committee. But I still think that's how, our process works. So I think it's got to go to policy advisory committee, be evaluated there, recommendation brought forward, we debate it and do whatever from there. Apart from that, as far as just this discussion, I get what you're saying and it makes sense. I can't argue with anything you're saying. That being said, I don't have any interest in sitting on the superintendent evaluation committee at this point in time. So for me, it's irrelevant. I agree that when you say you're saving some time there, but then you're also putting in other time over here. So I didn't choose to be on that committee, and there was a reason why I chose not to be on it. And so I'm not really ready to get on it now. So that would be my position of it, but I get where you're coming from.
Christine.
One of the things, there was a couple of things I was going to say. One was process. We need to ensure that we're following the appropriate process. Craig, you mentioned it's about ease and efficiency. I don't think ease is always the right driver for us. You mentioned transparency. I don't think having a 3-member evaluative committee that does the work doesn't negate transparency, because we do come and report to the board. And there is something I think about not getting into groupthink and trusting the 3 that are on the committee, and trusting the 3 that they do the due diligence of the task given to them. And what happens in the process is, right now in a couple of weeks, I don't know the exact days, Allison, Jenny, and myself are going to meet. We're going to talk about process. We're going to talk about next steps. We're going to look into who we hire out to evaluate our superintendent. And we come and we report that process, and we report the steps that we take. And so, and in that space of time, we have board conversation. There's opportunity for board input on what questions you would like asked, what you want to ensure is happening. We talk as a committee of 3 about how do we engage our stakeholders. Absolutely, stakeholders have an appropriate place at the table. And so it's not about not including. It's not about not being transparent. And so I appreciate that. I'm with Tyler in the sense that I appreciate that you're correct in that we all do have a place in hiring the superintendent and holding the superintendent to account. But I also, like every other committee, we have representatives that we entrust in those roles. And I think that's important to hold that trust.
Okay, Jenny.
Sorry, I just looked up the policy, the 301.1. And I think if you were wanting to make this change, I think it probably belongs under terms of reference. It's not, what's in the policy actually just says that it be, here, I'll read it for you. It says, reflect the position of the board as a whole rather than any individual trustee. And so I can see how this could accomplish that well, to reflect the position of the board as a whole, that those conversations could happen in either setting as you've outlined or as Christine has outlined, that those conversations need to involve the board as a whole. The composition terms of reference, the policy also says that we need to incorporate input from stakeholder groups as determined by the evaluation committee. And I'm not sure that that's included in our terms of reference, actually. So that might be something else to look at as well.
On the middle screen, would you be able to bring up, it was 301.1, is that right, Jenny? Okay. She's referring to a different. 301.3? Okay, okay. Go ahead, Tyler.
Point of clarification too on this, because this is whatever the in-depth year is called. So what actually happens though is the majority of this, the work is actually carried out by the consultant. So the consultant does all the surveys and whatnot and compiles the information and does all that kind of stuff. And if I'm pretty sure I'm remembering it correctly because it's been a while though, but I believe the consultant actually comes to the board meeting, do they not, and discuss the findings of the surveys of it, everything was. Okay, well in the past that's what's happened. So the consultant actually comes here, provides information, provides opinion, has a discussion about everything that goes on. Just so you're aware that it's not like the committee makes a decision and then it just comes to the board and we just go yes or no.
And I agree when everybody is talking about how having the whole board, definitely everybody needs to be involved in the process. I do think that I'm always about an open process. So when we look at, you know, what we're going to be looking at for a process, if we're looking at different consultants to do that, I certainly as the chair would be definitely open to hearing the whole board's input into what that would look like and not as a committee deciding any of those pieces. So I see Christine's hand up, and I also do want to acknowledge both Christina and Andrea. So I'll let Christine go ahead and then I'll be seeing what you guys have for comments.
Thanks, Allison. Just under reports and target dates of the terms in reference, on the second page, it does say, number one, initiate 2 informal feedback sessions between the superintendent and the superintendent evaluation committee in January and May. We'll have to change that to 2022. And then it does say feedback sessions may include the board as a whole at the request of the board. So what I see, Craig, is your request already embedded within the terms of reference. It was under reports and target dates number 1 on the terms of reference. So just to give opportunity for the board as a whole to gather.
Okay. So I would like to hear from both Christina and Andrew, and if you have no comment, that's fine, but I certainly want to provide opportunity for both of you.
I think I could see positive things with both decisions. I think it would help in the future for people to be on that committee to learn from others. And also I wanted to say that, of course, I would completely trust the board chair and the 2 trustees to do that job with diligence and to call us as a whole. So I think I could be swayed either way.
Thank you, Andrea and Christina.
Well, I can appreciate the intent of ensuring that all trustees are participating in this process. I think because it's already accommodated for in the process, in the policy as well as in the terms of reference, I feel comfortable with it as it stands. I think we have many committees and many responsibilities as trustees. And I actually would find it more efficient to delegate that with given the opportunity to participate as part of the process rather than part of the committee.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions? Craig?
These will be my closing comments.
Thank you. Can you just, I just want to make sure that there are no other questions or comments. If he's going to go on to closing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Number one, I've been through a superintendent evaluation with the whole board. A lot of what we would look at is being discussed at our board meetings right now. For instance, the assurance plan, the reports from the finance department, the human relations department, that makes up part of the evaluation. It's not onerous on anybody. I think we took a 1 day, we met for 1 day. We had someone from ASBA leading the discussion, and we went over it. One of the nice things about having the whole board there was when we did a survey, the board members had to do a survey, and so did the teachers, all the different stakeholders. I'm not saying eliminate the stakeholders. I'm just saying that once we had that, it was a 1 day, sat down, went over the thing, had a great discussion with the superintendent and the board, and at the end of the day, we accepted the report. And so when you talk about additional time, it doesn't take that much because we're doing our due diligence during our board meetings. I just think that for the public, that when they see the whole board engaged throughout the year towards the evaluation of the superintendent, they might feel more confident of the board. I know that when we did it, that we did get feedback that they appreciated that the whole board was involved in this, not just getting a report and then asking a few questions and then going on. Now, I do understand the process, so I would be willing to change the motion that it be sent to, and I agree with Tyler, it should be sent to the policy development and kind of fast track it. And we're going to have a meeting on December 8th. I don't mind if the committee starts and once it's changed, we can incorporate it into it. I'm amenable to all of that. So, I mean, if you want me to withdraw the motion and put another motion on, I can certainly do that, which would be to send the policy on the superintendent evaluation committee and the terms of reference to the policy development committee for the December 8th meeting. I would rescind my first motion and do that motion. Thank you.
So hearing around the table, I don't know that the will of the board is set with your first motion. So if you're interested in rescinding or withdrawing, is that what you're interested in?
Yes, I will rescind the first motion and just put and I would agree with Tyler that to do the process properly, we should send it to the policy development committee. And that would be to fast track it for the December 8th meeting so that during the year we could maybe get involved. So thank you.
So I need exactly what your motion is because Leanne is going to be over there typing.
I move that we send the policy 301.3 and there's a couple of other motions that are going to be involved in that. But right now, 301.3 back to the policy development committee to discuss whether or not the whole board should be involved in that committee and be sent to the policy development committee.
Okay, Jenny.
I don't know if this is the right format, but I think I might need a friendly motion to say, I think that you're referring to the terms of reference more than the policy. So your motion might need to, no?
No.
You need to do the
It's in
policy.
this
Terms of reference comes from policy.
Oh,
So you
okay.
need to do you go send a policy.
Okay.
first.
So Jenny, if you can see on the part that's highlighted, so that's the policy. And it states right there that the committee consists of the board chair and 2 other trustees.
Okay.
So until that piece changes. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. Tyler.
I was just going to say, I think that it probably does need to go to the committee anyway, just to change the dates and make sure that the policy is correct, seeing as you're starting the process, seeing as you're starting the actual review. So I think I probably have to agree that it makes sense to get it there and get it correct one way or the other, however it's going to be, come back for amendment and go from there.
Okay, Christine?
Is it the dates on the policy that's incorrect, or is it the dates of the terms of reference?
Yeah.
Terms of reference is us.
We can change the
Terms of reference doesn't go to policy committee, just the policy does.
Yeah. And we will do that. Okay. Other comments on the motion that is on the floor? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to a vote on the policy or the motion to send 301.3 to policy advisory to review and make necessary amendments if they are necessary. So with that, those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you. So that is carried. And since you're on that committee, you'll be able to go forward with that. Okay, thank you. So with that, we still need to look at the terms of reference. So the first piece is the dates, and I know Leanne has already noted that. Are there other pieces? And we can, if there are changes that occur through policy committee, we can certainly come back and change the terms of reference. But I do believe that we need to get moving forward on this. So I'm hoping that we can have some support from everybody that we approve these terms of updated terms of reference today so that we can move forward and knowing that we can change them in the future if we need to. So are there other changes that need to be made to this terms of reference for the committee? Seeing none, then I would like to make a motion that the board approve the updated committee terms of reference for the superintendent evaluation committee. Just the dates is the only thing that we've changed at this point. Okay, so that's okay. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So next, we have the Advocacy Bill 70, inclusion of school jurisdictions. And I'm going to, oh, sorry, that is incorrect. Next, we have terms of reference and numbers of appointed trustees, and that is, Craig had brought this forward. So go ahead, Craig.
Well, I'll make another motion because that's the way to discuss it. I move that the, oh yeah.
The sense that Leanne's not here.
Yep.
So is there somebody that's making note of the, Cheryl's going to go? Just give her a minute. Tell us when you're ready, Cheryl. What'd you do? No, go back up. No, Tyler, we're back up. We've messed up the computer. There we go. This one's on the other committees. Okay, so Craig is going to make a motion. Leanne, are you ready? Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Well, I move that we send to the Policy Development Committee the following changes on policy 203.4.1, that any committee that has one trustee and an alternate be changed to 2 trustees with no alternate. So that would be the Policy Advisory Committee, Indigenous Education, Poverty Intervention Committee, and Division Wellness Committee. The reason for that, to send it to policy, is that when I was looking at it, when we have one trustee and an alternate, and that person doesn't come to the meetings, and then the first trustee can't make it, the alternate kind of goes in without any awareness of what's going on. And to develop better trust with our committees and to be better informed on our committees, it would seem that if we had two trustees at each meeting, each of these committees, and we have already assigned two people, so it's not like they're choosing another committee. Then if one trustee can't make it, the other one knows exactly where the conversation's been going and the things that they're working on. And I just would like to make sure that our committees, our trustees are well informed and well educated. And again, as far as what's going on in these committees, and that each of these committees have different people on them. And if the trustees are always at those meetings, then they get a certain amount of trust, and the people know who they can talk to or whatever, explain things to. And so it's not changing who's on the committee. It's just saying both trustees go to the committee. I will move that to, so that policy, but that's one of the areas that I think we could work on to become better acquainted with our committees. So
with that motion and your opening comments, I'll open it up to questions. And Andrea.
The poverty committee just has one trustee, is that right? So your motion would include increasing that. Okay.
Further questions or comments? Christina.
I'm curious to hear from those who've been on the committees, as well as the executive council, about the role of the board trustees in those committees, obviously often acting as chair, but also, of course, both representing the board, listening to the administration as well as other staff. I guess my concern is around sort of overreach of the board by sort of, if we had two folks there from the board, would it feel like a board dominated committee when what we're there to do is to support the staff that are administering the work of the committee. So I'm curious to hear from those who are part of the committees. I have been to officially one subcommittee meeting so far.
And one thing that I have certainly had question about when we look at our committees is the composition of the committees vary. And I don't know when I ask questions about why do they vary. And I know that Craig does have a motion on the floor, and I would prefer to even look at why do we have the composition that we do, and how do we respect that, if we look at policy committee, when we have one trustee plus one alternate, there's only one vote. There's also only one ATA member. There's only one QP from each of those units. So when we do look at that piece, so to me, I would much rather look at it being, can we look at, do a deeper dive into investigating why each committee has the representation that we do, and then look at making recommendations once we better understand the composition of each of those committees. So I see that Christine had wanted to talk.
I think you make a really good point, because we can't just do one blanket motion, because you're right, there are different compositions to different committees, different members, different numbers of members. So I think there could be somewhere it feels, it could potentially feel like a little bit of an overreach. And yes, when we're on a committee, our role is to support. Our role is to liaise and inform and come back and inform the board on the work that is happening on the committee that we sit on. And I think there's definitely a risk, for lack of better word, Craig, of, we have an alternate trustee. I've been on committees where I've been an alternate, and I hadn't had to attend a committee because the chair of the committee was able to attend all. I have had the opportunity to, or I had a situation where I wasn't able to attend. And so it is my responsibility and obligation to inform my alternate of the workings that have been going on. And as a board, we hear that because we hear it in our monthly board reports from our committees. And so we are all kept apprised of all of the committees. And so I believe it is the responsibility and the professionalism of a trustee to communicate the work so that the board member can go in as informed as possible.
Tyler.
I'm good with both. Some of the committee, I know like poverty intervention for sure. I know people always want to be on that. There's only one trustee. So in some cases, it actually I think would be a positive move, but I also have to agree that we need to look at the composition. There are some committees where we have a limit on who can be there, and I'm not sure which ones of these committees are which. But I can tell you this one doesn't apply. But like city school boards, like when you have 2 trustees, you get 2 trustees. You wouldn't get any more. I know it's not affected by this one, but I just mean when we're with some partnered agencies, we may or may not be able to do that. So I think, yeah, it's probably best that we just kind of evaluate them that way. But I have no problem with moving alternates to 2 trustees. I think generally that might even be a good thing. I have to look at it, but generally I think it's probably pretty good. So I don't have an issue with that. But yeah, I think maybe we better just check the composition of everything first before we to make a change.
Andrew, was that a hand up? You're good. You're good. Okay. So would you be willing? Because Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm happy to keep my nose out of it, but it could be if you wanted to look at, why the different committees have the number of trustees that they do. I know last night we were kind of looking for what are some committee of the whole topics. So theoretically, maybe that could be a topic. So.
For sure. And I think, and I'll come back and ask Craig to make maybe an amendment or whatever, but I think in hearing as well that I think it's really important. I don't have the terms of reference for everything up, but making sure that every committee, when we have our terms of reference, that they do say in there that we need to be informing our alternate. And I think it's more than just what we talk about here at the board meeting with that high level update. I think it really is informing our alternate of what actually is happening at those meetings and making it a very pointed effort to do that. So, and I'm fully in agreement, Craig, that there's a number of committees that we could have those 2 trustees and not the alternate, but I really would like to get that information. So I'd ask if you can, I don't have your motion up, but is there a way to amend it of what we're requesting for information?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. One of my, I'll answer a couple of things. Oversight. These are board committees, period. We are in charge of those committees. We're the chairperson. So there's no oversight. We're there. And even if you have 2 trustees, you still listen to everybody and you make decisions. So I would say there's no, but I would rescind my motion if the majority of the board would like to look at that as one of our committee of the whole and really delve into it, because another one of my concerns is that when I look on the committee for the expulsion committee, it says 2 trustees, of which who are available. I'm wondering if we don't leave ourselves legally in a problem because we don't have the majority of trustees when we have the expulsion hearing. Where if there's a majority of trustees, then that person knows that the majority of the board has voted a certain way. So I will rescind my motion, and I'll just move that we take a look at our committees in a committee of the whole meeting when possible.
Okay.
And that and part of that would be to send our recommendations to the policy development committee.
Could I challenge you to make the motion to ask for information for that dive to be done so that they can the division can provide us with the information when we come to a committee of the whole?
I certainly would.
Excellent. And then not that this is emergent, but I think that knowing that we have something booked for committee of the whole for December and booked for March, I'm wondering if we could put a timeline of having a committee of the whole, that we look at our calendars to find something in January or February.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. So now, Leanne, can we make sure we have a motion that captures that? Yes. I'm fine with Craig's initials being on that if Craig's okay with the friendly amendments. Okay, so it's that we are requesting the division investigate or provide information on the composition and Cheryl, you want to help me out, or Christine? Pardon? Rationale for the composition of the committees, and to bring that back to a committee of the whole, that the board commits to having a committee of the whole in January or February to review that. Tyler?
I don't, they just came out in the last couple of days, whatever the committees of the whole are. These committees are already here and operating, so is this something that maybe we should bring just to a current committee of the whole that we have booked and just slide something else later on in the year as opposed to creating a new meeting for it? That would be my question, and if that's important to everybody, if you'd be open to that. I don't know what the other topics are. Like I said, unfortunately, if that's something that has to be discussed right away or not. But if not, I'd probably say we bring this to one of our more current or one of our meetings that's already booked and just push the other topics off to later.
And I don't know if we could move some of the December 7th, the orientation piece that evening. I don't know. But we've already booked Jim for earlier, right?
I mean, we could, I don't think any work's been done yet, Maury. I don't think any work's been done.
And then does that give the division enough time to get that information for us?
I don't know if there's much information to be found.
Perfect. Okay.
But
Awesome.
I'm not sure there's a lot of deep research that would happen behind this. I think it's more of a board discussion, because really that was the terms of reference when I started. Tyler would have better history than anyone, terms of reference for who knows how long. And I think that, you know, the board, it's board committees. And I think that, you know, determining whether or not there needs to be more presence, or the presence is sufficient and viewed as equitable, and equitable voice around the table, is really for board discussion, right? And so, and because I think the term oversight isn't quite right, but I think the term perception of equitable representation around the table perhaps might be worthy of a discussion, and that's for the board to discuss, right? And I think that that depends upon the committee, right? In terms of, you know, what's the goal of the committee, what's the terms of reference, who else is at the table of the committee, how big is the committee, and then that's for the board members to discuss whether or not they think that they're over. Of course, it's oversight, it's board committees, but whether or not there's other groups who have wanted to have more people at the table. Other groups who see, I don't know, then that's again up to the board. We can bring you that history, we can bring you that lens, right, in terms of who's at the table, and then it's under your consideration what you think further to that.
I think having that history would be important, and that perspective from those that, as division staff, oversee those. I think that insight from each of you would be great. Morag, you had something to add?
I think the role would be really good to talk about too as a board, because I've worked with varying styles and who sets agenda, all of those things. I think that would be a fabulous thing that is a common understanding for everybody, because it's very inconsistent right now.
And that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that inconsistency piece. And I think if we understand, and I think it's a great opportunity for us as trustees to really understand the committees that our division has. And I think that it's a great opportunity. So I think sounding like we'll look at that for December 7th, Leanne. And Craig, are you okay with those friendly amendments?
Yes, I am. And I think, just to finish off, I really appreciate the fact that even though some of these committees you kind of remember, you kind of know about, it would be good when we have a committee of the whole to really go in depth and say, all right, like what does the Indigenous Committee do and what have they done? And so we get a better understanding so that it makes it easier when we in our organizational meetings. So yes, I'm quite happy with that.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Andrea?
So historically then, only the one trustee goes, the alternate does not go.
So if it says alternate, then the alternate doesn't go. Some of the issue is that some of the committees say two trustees, some committees just say a trustee and an alternate. So it's us looking at not necessarily just saying down the road everything's going to be consistent in terms of that, but looking really at that composition and why the composition is what it is. So really taking a look at that history and the insights of the benefit of changing it or leaving it the same for each individual committee.
And I would really like to talk about it right away in December. I think that would be a great idea before we get started, because I did not have that understanding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? We're good. Okay. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. So I see that supper has arrived. Shall we take a couple minutes to go grab supper? Excellent. So we will take another bit of a break. So do we want 10 minutes? And it's 10 to 7, so that'd be perfect if we come back at 7. And feel free to be eating at your tables. We have recognition that you're not going to eat in 10 minutes, but that you can come back and eat, and we need to make sure our medical needs are taken care of in the room. So thanks, guys. Okay, we'll get started back with continue on with our agenda. So the next item is Advocacy Bill 70, Inclusion of School Jurisdictions. So we received a letter from Chinook's Edge School Division requesting that we take a look at corresponding with Honorable Casey Madu, requesting that a regulation be put into force that applies Bill 70 COVID-related Measures Act to all school divisions and schools across Alberta. So that information has been provided for you, as well as Bill 70 has been attached to your agenda package. Are there questions? Did you want to add anything more to that, Cheryl? Okay, the information is all there for you. So I'll look for any questions or comments. Craig, go ahead.
I'm just wondering why they didn't bring it up at ASBA, because that would have been the perfect spot. All the school boards are there. So I'm not sure how they figured out to send it to every individual, because we don't have as much power as ASBA does with the government.
Right, and that collective power could have went together for sure. So, okay, seeing no comments or questions, I would like to move that the board send correspondence to Honorable Casey Madu requesting that a regulation be put into force that applies Bill 70 COVID-19 Related Measures Act to all school divisions and schools across Alberta. And no further comments or questions. So those, oh, Tyler does. He's just finishing that bite.
Should we maybe, instead of inundating them with letters from here and letters from there, should we maybe take this to our local zone 6 and ask about it there, and then either send a letter from all the boards at zone 6 and or get all of ASBA to do that? I think that might be more powerful than us just sending a letter.
Okay, so the next zone 6 meeting is December 15th. So I can certainly take that forward. It is just an executive meeting, but executive is the primary rep from each of the boards as well. So we can certainly make decisions of that nature if that's the will. So any further comments? So I am fine to amend my motion that that we discuss this at zone meeting to request that the zone sends a letter to the Honorable Casey Madu requesting, and then the rest of that motion. Are you okay with that, Leanne? Okay. So any further questions? Go ahead, Craig.
Would you also send a copy to ASBA?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Seeing no further questions, those in favor? And Jenny, are you opposed? Oh, she's in favor. Excellent. That's all good. So that was carried unanimously. Yeah. Thank you. So moving on to division highlights. Definitely one of the great things that we get to do is share some of our exciting times. So I'll open it up to who would like to go first and share division highlights. This is where we share things that you've done in the division. Go ahead, Andrea.
I was so lucky to get to go out to 2 of my schools in person, and really fun for me to be in a high school, and I was welcomed warmly over at Churchill. And I was happy to find some of my General Stewart children all growing up, and I loved how they were not embarrassed to just say, "That's my kindergarten teacher," and come running over. So that was wonderful. And they're all just doing such a great job over there. And then I got to go to Proby in person, and it was such an honor to see little children all in their environment and take questions from them. They were all so cute, like raising their hands and saying, "Oh, I like your cardigan." I thought, so really fun to see little children. I had a song sung to me by a class who wrote a song. I got to see little moccasins being made with the tiniest little beads. So it was wonderful being there. And I did get to take in Westminster's council meeting online, and I'm going to get out to see them in December and back to General Stewart in December as well. So love connecting with my 4 schools.
Thanks for sharing, Andrea. Christina.
Yeah, happy to share some division highlights as well. I got to visit Park Meadows, and I just wanted to highlight their Métis dot art project that they engaged with during Métis Week last week, and that was as part of their Learning Commons, which is right as you come in with all this beautiful glass windows, and I know the school was really excited about it, so it was great to see that. And I got to visit Dr. Plaxton, which was so exciting. I hadn't seen it yet since it has opened. And to see it, a brand new school in its full buzz of October, November was just so fantastic. And particularly their commitment to environmental education was so fabulous to see. One of my favorite things is that they have their panels on the roof, and they have a whole display at the front where you can see the energy that's being generated. But my favorite is just the thoughtfulness of school design in our division, that the little display that indicates the energy that's being used or generated by the panels is at child height, and which is just my favorite thing, that tiny humans are not just, taught, that they are part of the design of our buildings, and clearly such an important part our communities. And so things are not an afterthought for them. So love that. And a very special moment that I know was shared by a lot of our other trustees was the Chinooks Blackfoot flag raising, and seeing the first Blackfoot flag raising in our division was a really special moment. And the program of the day was so moving and impactful, to have great speakers and having student leadership engaged, and to hear from Indigenous and particularly Blackfoot educational leaders in particular was just a really moving day. And so I really appreciated the work that Chinook did on that project.
Thank you, Christina. And Jenny looks like she's ready. Go ahead.
I've got to highlight Senator Buchanan has a fantastic leadership program for their kids that is definitely worth highlighting. They have a few students from each classroom in grade 4 and 5 are recommended, depending on what is needed and what their skills are, and where there's opportunity for growth. And this morning I was there before I came here, and 4th grader and a 5th grader gave me my tour, and they were about the best tour guides you ever could have seen. And they were just so confident and so able to articulate and to show enthusiasm, and that level of confidence in those kids was inspiring. And their ability to demonstrate the pride they had in what has been created in their school and in their setting. And one of the things they were most excited to show me is, as a leadership committee, they've come up with 4 core values for their school, and they've started an awards program. And the students themselves are choosing the students who will be awarded. And when I talked with our principal a little bit about their leadership program, and they're giving those students real responsibilities and experiences with real responsibilities. They let them come in and help with the budget. They sat down and did the budget with the school, and they give them markers, and they help them understand budgeting, and they allowed those students to be an actual real part of designing some of the renovations that went on in those schools. And the kids showed me the spaces they designed and the furniture they picked out of catalogs, and the confidence that it's instilling in these kids, I just thought is so neat and just so positive. So
Thanks, Jenny. Other division highlights, Craig?
I've only been able to, well, tomorrow I'm going to Fleetwood Bottom. Fleetwood, and touring the school, and then a school council after in the evening. But I was able to tour Wilson, which brought some memories back from playing basketball in there and coaching. But I was quite impressed that they have really diverse needs, and the fact that they have such a wide variety of things, but I was glad to see that they were able to get funding for their breakfast and I think their lunch program, and they actually told me they serve about 120 kids, which just shows you the depth of people that are hurting in this community. But the exciting one is that they have a teacher that's really got their guitar program going. And he's asked for some extra equipment, and the school council passed it so he can really develop rock bands. And this is some really high-tech amplification and guitars. And the other thing that they were really excited about is that I think in December they're doing their play. And so I'm hoping to be able to go watch that. But just to see all the kids engaged and how they're working and the support from the staff towards their kids is just, it's good. So thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Christina or Christine?
I was also at the raising of the Blackfoot Confederacy flag with Christina, and it was a powerful ceremony and such good speakers, and the wind blew Oki across. It was a windy day, like it blew the Oki letters across. But it was just really exciting to see the first flag risen, and just a marker of the beginning of a really incredible season and future of learning and inclusion and growth and understanding. So it was just really powerful to be there. I've also been able to get into most of my schools and meet with my administrators. And I went to Nikki Kish's grade 6 class and taught my little lesson on municipal government and trusteeship. So that is always a great hour in the grade 6 class.
Thanks, Christine. And Tyler? You're good? Okay. So I'll just share for mine. So I have Lakeview School Council, and it was a virtual meeting, and it was great that they are seeing an increase in attendance. So more people were out. And then one of the heartwarming things is that as we head into the colder months ahead, and that day was, I believe, the day that it had snowed or the day after, and just the willingness to share. And they talked about how, some of our kids, their parents may have bought them a snowsuit and they're going to grow out of it. And just that donation came forward from parents saying, can we drop off some winter wear and winter gloves and things like that. So it was just great to really see that community come together to ensure that our students are warm as we go through the winter. My other school that I was able to attend a couple of school council meetings for is Nicholas Sharon. And one powerful thing that they do is they start their meeting off with sharing what's great, what do you like about Nicholas Sharon School, and just hearing those pieces is so wonderful. And they also shared, they had a presentation and talked about Métis and Indigenous pieces, and they shared the Métis dot art as well, and just learning some of the pieces. And I don't feel that I can certainly share any of that with my knowledge, but just it was interesting to learn about the Métis dot art and how they have one dot that is always different than the rest. And I think that was very interesting to learn. My other school is they're on this evening, Senator Joyce Fairburn, so I'm not able to join them. But I also was able to join the Blackfoot flag raising ceremony, but I was able to do that virtually because I was out of town. And just, I think, being able to have that opportunity that the flag raising ceremony was shared with our entire community as well. Our community can go back and take a look at that YouTube video, and it's there. The presentations from the elder and the other speakers were very moving, as Christina shared, and the drummers and the jingle dress dancer was just fabulous. It definitely was windy, so watching the Oki word blow away, but it was great to be able to share virtually in that very important ceremony. So thank you. So moving on from that, we have the board chair piece, and we move on to transportation. So I gotta flip up. because I want to say that this is Jenny's. So I will turn it over to Jenny. We're on 8.1.1.
Thank you. I just have this, I think that we all have heard a lot from the community, and that it's been acknowledged around this room quite a bit, that there are some concerns with transportation, particularly busing, and that I thought it was important for us to acknowledge our awareness of that in this meeting, and so that the community is aware that we are aware and that we are cognizant of it, and that we are making efforts and endeavors to keep our kids safe and to get them to school on time. And so the concerns that I'm hearing from the community, that I thought it's important for us to acknowledge and talk about if there's some solutions that we can work towards. Concerns include the safety of our kids as they're waiting for the bus in the morning. Sometimes we have kindergartners waiting on their own and waiting an extra 30 minutes, sometimes 20, 15, it depends. And so they're young, and it's not very safe for them to be without guardianship. Also, after school, there's been a concern that because of COVID restrictions, our students aren't allowed to wait inside schools typically, and so they're in the cold or they're on the school grounds waiting for the buses at times. It's been mentioned a mental health concern as well, that without consistency and reliability, some of our students that suffer with some anxiety, that this is exacerbating some of that for them, and that this is adding to those problems and causing stress. The learning hours have been affected sometimes if there's a route where there's a consistent lack. We've had sometimes buses coming, each day of the week, 15 or 20 minutes late. I did hear from a few parents that said there was a few days that a bus wasn't able to show up at all, and a lack of communication on that. And so I think that something I'm overarching hearing from the community and from the public is the communication factor, that we're not always being informed that these buses are running late or being disrupted or not being informed in a timely manner. And I think it's been acknowledged this is not a problem unique to Lethbridge. It's not a problem unique even to Alberta. It's a problem. Having drivers for our buses and for transportation is a major problem in society right now. And so I think it's important for us to do our best that we can in communicating these disruptions so that families can try to adjust around them. And for us to even look at ways and be creative in how we might be able to support Southland, in trying to help our students feel safe and help our parents feel reassured. And maybe that is looking at our bus routes. Maybe that is just, I'm not sure what we can do, but I wanted to add this to the agenda because I think it does pose a significant set of concerns.
Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Jenny. And yes, you're definitely expressing the sentiment that that we have been hearing, that there's definitely concern in our community with buses arriving late. Southland has been, at first when we started, we did have a lot of routing issues. Those were fixed by adding new bus routes. And as you expressed, now we are challenged with drivers, with no different than the rest of the province and the country, and even in the United States, with a driver shortage. Southland continues to offer bonuses and to help for hiring fares and try and get drivers trained, and so that we can add more buses. Our routes can't unfortunately be changed unless we add more buses. They've condensed routes, and some days they combine routes in order to, when there is a shortage, so that they can actually pick up all the kids versus saying a route is canceled. However, Communication is a problem and a concern, and we have been working with Southland on trying to find ways to improve that communication. I know our communications officers from Holy Spirit, as well as Garrett Simmons, have worked with Southland on, how can we support you? How can we help you with communication? Obviously, we're still hearing that there's some things that aren't being reported. Maybe some late buses may not have been posted, or if there's a bus that didn't show up, I was not aware of that. And so, those are things that when we do hear about that, we need to know a bus didn't arrive. That's very important, so we can provide that feedback to Southland. But we continue to work. Some maybe they need assistance in their office, because I know their office staff are driving when there's a shortage. Maybe that will help with communication. But we will. Lisa, from my counterpart at Holy Spirit, and I are in the process of getting a meeting with Southland in Calgary to have further conversations about how can we do better with them to help support that communication. Because I think buses are going to run. Unfortunately, if we don't have drivers, buses are going to run late. But the point is, how can we inform parents so they know that they can make a decision soon enough on what they need to do, right? That's we can certainly, we're going to do that.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Sorry, just to follow that up, if there is instances where the bus fails to show, do you want that communication to go to the schools or to you? Where would you like that communication from parents directed?
Normally, they do inform our transportation coordinator, Cheryl Shabashi. But they can inform her. They can call Southland directly. But if you want us to know for sure, you contact Cheryl Shabashi, and she's our contact with Southland. Yeah. Yep.
Excellent. Craig?
Just a couple of questions. I've noticed that in the canyons, especially, buses are getting there like between 4:30 and 5 to drop kids off. How long are they on the bus now?
I guess that depends which bus it is, because it's probably the bus coming from, I would imagine, Agnes Davidson and South Lethbridge. And so those ride times are about an hour from going from Davidson over to West Lethbridge. We do have some long routes, which we're planning to fix with extra buses, but unfortunately, we don't have enough drivers. We can't add the extra buses.
And the other question is just a thought. And I know you're doing all you can as administration to solve this problem. I'm wondering if it's not an idea to have our board chair and the Holy Spirit board chair to join the administration when you talk to Southland, so they get a little bit of the political input from the board. And sometimes some of these parties they'll talk to the administration. I know you're doing everything you can. Sometimes it just helps to have a little bit of political clout there too. So I'm just wondering about that.
Take that into consideration for sure. Thank you.
Other comments? I'll certainly add as well that the comments that Jenny made, that she's hearing in the community, I've certainly heard the same comments, so I won't reiterate those, but I do believe that the communication is definitely one of the hugest challenges. I understand that we can't change the driver shortage, but that communication piece really does need to change so that parents can feel safe and that our students can feel safe when they're waiting for the buses, or understand and know what that wait's going to look like. So I appreciate that you guys are planning to have a meeting, and we can certainly have further conversation of the consideration. So thank you. So moving on from that, we have our Associate Superintendent reports, and I'll move on to Business and Operations. Christine.
Well, I mean, the big deal for business and operations is the audited statements and whatnot. And so you've seen that. And you can certainly, the report was there for you to read. So because of time, I don't want to keep you any longer. But if you have a question, I'd certainly answer any questions you might have about my report.
Are there questions for Christine? she does lay out the report quite nicely with some pretty good highlights there. So seeing none, we'll move on to instructional services. Morag.
Thank you, Allison. Really just a couple quick pieces I will pull out. Obviously, there have been a few mentions already around the Métis.art and the Métis Week that happened over the last week. And thank you to Mel Morrow, our teacher of elementary Indigenous education. She certainly gets out there, and her Métis identity is really connecting to a lot of our schools, and she's doing some fantastic work. We are our Spanish bilingual survey for our grade 5 parents. So as you all know, we are exploring how our bilingual program can move into grade 6. The survey has closed, and I am speaking with Joey Gentile and Sharon Maisie at GS Lakey about the numbers and the feedback that we've received. We've also sent out our grade kindergarten to grade 4 Spanish bilingual survey. Really, we are commencing a review on the program. It's been 5 years now, and we really want to get some good feedback from parents and find out what's going well and what is a challenge and how we can improve. We've had conversations with the Spanish bilingual consultant with Edmonton Catholic. He's been very helpful with Joey and I, and the teachers starting to look at professional learning, looking at how we can create a scope and sequence of K to 5 in Spanish bilingual programming. So some really great work that's starting there. Karen Rancier, officially our Boost teachers have been hired, and they've spent their first day in our schools. Already schools have been very excited about the work that they're going to be doing over the next 4 months, doing literacy intervention with students that have been targeted through this process. Oh, and then we're starting to already talk about early education programming in kindergarten. So that's starting in January. Andrea is nodding. She is very familiar. And we always look forward to that time of year because parents are starting to ask questions already about when is registration. So that will be on our website soon. Thank you.
Any questions for Morag? Seeing none, we'll move on. Oh, go ahead, Andrea.
Oh, I just had one about the Boost program. So the 4 teachers will move from school to school. Is that right?
A schedule has been allocated out. It's not as simple as that. They've had to really allocate staffing according to the number of students targeted. So it's spread a little thinner.
And how many weeks is the program?
It should be lasting about 4 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Morag. Moving on to Mike for Human Resources.
Thanks. So yeah, the report's there. A couple things. First of all, in terms of teaching hiring, that number is big. And just a point of clarification on the Boost program. Yes, Mark did talk about 4 FTE teachers, but he was looking at the cost of 4 teachers for the entire year. And so because they're being hired for only a portion of the year, don't quote me on the exact figure, but we're about 7 teachers, might even be 7.5 FTE for the next few months. So yeah, just so you know. Yeah, so they were pretty excited. We saw them on Friday and they were pretty keen and ready to get going. So that's always pretty neat. In terms of areas of focus, one of the things we've been working on with our administrators is updating evaluation processes for teachers. And so most of that's complete. We spent a good amount of time at our admin committee going over that, and principals are doing a great job with the new process. And then an area of focus coming up is really just doing some capacity building work with our caretaking staff, especially those folks who are in leadership positions, and helping them be more effective in those roles. So that's it for my report, unless there's just questions, although it may be Christine that takes this. I know there was a request to have some enrollment and capacity data, so that's up there on the screen if you've got questions on that as well.
So quickly explain what the far column is, the 22-23 note 3 capacity. I just added that little update because we have 3 modular classrooms that we rescued that are 2010 vintage that will be going in at Chinook High School, because there's a lot of work involved with engineering and all the other stuff they have to do before we can even put a proposal in to get it funded. They said they fund to put it in. We just need to send in the documents. It won't go in until probably spring. And then same with Coalbanks, we were approved for 1 modular classroom, 1 washroom unit, and we're dealing with some background stuff on it so we get the real cost, because there's some piping and things that drainage we have to move and whatnot. And so we're finishing with that so we can do what we call prep sheets that gives the budget to the province to say, and then they prove it yea or nay, even though they've approved the actual modular. And once that's approved, then they'll order us the modular and all that, and then it'll come in. So I just wanted to let you know that even though that's in this year, there won't actually be installed for next year. So you can see the change in what the utilization looks like once they were put in place.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, thank you for that thing. I was just wondering, and it doesn't have to be brought up at the next meeting, but I'm just wondering if you could just send out for our information a comparison from last year's utilization rate to this year, just so you can kind of see the effect of the boundary changes. Oh, is it?
Well, yeah, no, that's no 2021, 22. The yeah, we can put I can put the year before in for sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions for Mike? Thank you, Mike. So moving on to superintendent's report, we'll start with the board priorities report.
Well, we've done fairly comprehensive conversations about teaching and learning, and so the report is there for your information, and certainly if you have any questions, let me know. We try to structure the report, and the report is made collectively, right, with the leaders among all of us in the division office, and this is part of that governance domain, you being informed about what's happening and what we're doing to make sure that we're supporting the priorities that are outlined in our annual assurance plan. So I won't go through that. I've highlighted a number of things already today, unless there's questions for the board that the board has for me.
Do we have questions? We're good. So let's move on to the COVID update.
A COVID update. I mean, I'll just say some broad statements, and then the COVID update, of course, that information is has anything that's relative to staff or that's copyrighted information with graphs, and we'll put it on in our form on the website in terms of COVID update. And so generally speaking, certainly, the trends sort of monthly, weekly in Alberta and regionally and in Lethbridge are looking positive. We talked quite a bit about schools and how they're dealing with probably what's near and dear to parents' hearts, and that's that spectator audience piece. And schools are moving forward at a cautious pace in terms of what that looks like for athletics. On this day, at this time, our schools, middle schools and high schools for sports have the 2 spectators per athlete. And that, of course, changes as schools talk about this. They visit every 2 weeks and talk about potential moving forward pieces, right? And so they're planning, both middle school and high school are planning events for the end of November, beginning, through December, seasonal winter kind of events. And so there's not a precise rule with that, because how that will be done at each school depends upon what facility is being used, the size of the facility, what the capacity of that is, and the nature of the event. And so my advice is for parents to sort of really go to the school, and if they're confused or have questions, that certainly I can be contacted as well. But it's, will range in terms of depends upon the number of students, to 2 or more spectators, depending upon the size of the venue and the nature of the event. And that we'll put the information up on the website for people. Any questions? Jenny?
Go ahead, Jenny.
I know that there's been a change that the 2 spectators don't need to be over the age of 18. I'm wondering if maybe some of the public isn't aware of that change. I would say from the communication I've received that maybe that hasn't been received in clear communication by everyone, and might be worth sending out an email letting parents know. I've also received lots of questions asking if this is a permanent or a temporary thing for us to be requiring vaccination or proof of negative test for both parent volunteers, and for staff, and whether this is temporary or permanent, and if it is temporary, under what circumstances are we looking to be relieved of that requirement?
I think for staff, that would be something that I would have Associate Superintendent Mike Nightingale address the procedure. So let's start with that. The procedure that's written for staff has been communicated to the board and to the public as a procedure. Of course, it can be changed at any time. In terms, I think that we've already demonstrated at the school level that we're changing things as time moves forward and context changes. And so even with our spectators at schools, as context change, or schools respond to that. Is there a particular, I guess I could say with confidence, it would end when COVID ends. I could say that with confidence. In terms of the continuum from now until that place, I think there's a number of factors that, so the board, for example, and the executive council would consider things like what direction is the province taking? What direction is the province taking with respect to their employees? What direction is the industry taking across education, across other sectors? What's being required in, right now, the province has a restrictions exemption program, right? And so does that look different if the province says we no longer have a restriction exemption program? And certainly we're guided as a educational institution. We are part of government. We're guided by law. We're guided by health services. We're guided by recommendations by our health services officials, and we're guided by processes that are put in place by government. And so all of those would, so do we know what that looks like? I think instead we just take guidance from the context, from government, from health officials, and make decisions based on that.
Okay. Are there other questions? I have a couple of questions, Cheryl. One is around the REP program, and just so I don't know all the information, but I've certainly had questions from parents in regards to that it states that schools are out of scope. So can you clarify for me what that means?
So the restriction exemption program is a program that's established by the province. And so that program serves as a base for anything that would be outside of curriculum delivery. So in other words, the restriction exemption program cannot apply, does not apply to students coming to school and receiving instruction. The restriction exemption program applies to outside of regular school instruction time. And so that would be recreation, sports, co-curricular, extracurricular activities.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know that Jenny had asked some questions in regards to the parent piece. One other question that I've had from parents is and I've had this question since the beginning of us, this division allowing sports, is just how can we help as parents is the question I'm getting. What can parents do? What can parents do to help alleviate some of the pressure on staff and the schools? And what would you recommend to those parents that are asking, how can we help and what can we do?
Well, certainly my recommendation would be, the school is the source of your communication and connection. We have to keep in mind that extracurricular and co-curricular is voluntary. And extracurricular and co-curricular at the school level then relies on staff volunteerism and that level of commitment that they've always exhibited across time and through time, and a passion for that. And so really from a division level, certainly I wouldn't presume to have be directive with respect to how that happens at schools. And so my advice would be for school councils and parents in general to work with their school administration.
Okay, thank you. Craig?
Just a quick question. Do volunteers, other than teachers, have to fill out a volunteer form for the division? Okay.
Jenny, go ahead.
I think just to add to what's being said, in regards specifically to the 2 spectator rules, I know you referred previously to my question by saying we're following what the province is doing. That's something I'm hearing a lot from the public is the desire for us to be following what the province is doing when it comes to spectatorship. And I know that the school is unique and the school setting is unique. And so I'm wondering if we can speak to that and to how those decisions are being made and the process behind that and who's involved in making those decisions.
And so, as I mentioned, I didn't say we were following directly the provincial. I said that serves as a foundation. And so we do have our restriction exemption program that's specific to the school division on our website. In terms of process, of course, whenever it comes to whether it's a delivery of a program, whether it's deciding what breadth of curricular programs are offered in a school, and relative to extracurricular, co-curricular, of course, the source for that conversation starts at the school level. And so I do meet Executive Council, Morag, myself, Christine, and Mike meet with our secondary principals every 2 weeks, sometimes more frequently, and we review and discuss what is it looking like for them to have spectators in their buildings? What is it looking like for them to have the base and the confidence that the restriction exemption program is implemented fully? And so part of the school's conversation, of course, is, taking a look across, certainly they've experienced and been part of events where restriction programs and spectators aren't necessarily cooperative with what the restrictions are within facilities, and they're very cautious about let's taking one step at a time and making sure that we're able to implement a program with what they would call integrity. Let's make sure that we can implement a program and have sufficient kinds of supervision, have the confidence of how things are going. So they started with football, everything went well. They moved to indoor sport, things are going well. They're starting to plan for events in outside facilities. They're looking at what that will look like. They're starting to plan for events within their facilities, like a play at Wilson Middle School, or whether that be a band concert or whatever that may be. And so in terms of who's sort of guiding the direction of spectators, that would be school administrators in consultation with the people who are overseeing those volunteer activities. So whether that's coaches, whether that's the people overseeing a drama production or a play, as well as working with people in external facilities. And then they do bring it and we do talk about it, and we talk about how we can support them. We talk about how, and we always encourage sort of the moving forward, how they can move forward piece.
Are there other questions on the COVID update? Seeing none, thank you, Cheryl, for that. We'll move on to acknowledgements of excellence.
Well, as is tradition, every month now that we're past our September meeting, we've got schools who submit celebrations and the examples of excellence that are happening in that school. So it's sort of a school showcase. So certainly Victoria Park, I'm sure is close to all of our hearts. They do amazing things for a breadth of students there, support a number of students in many different ways. And so I encourage you to read through that. What's really exciting about Victoria Park is how innovative they continue to be in terms of engagement of students, right? They're strong believers in volunteerism and finding ways that connect learning with nature that connect learning with real world activities. And so I think you'll see that as a theme throughout their showcase. Certainly, they also work strongly on supporting mental health. We also have Gilbert Patterson Middle School showcase there, and certainly they have highly engaged students, highly engaged student population, and a lot going on in that school. And I think that you'll see that they try to have that balance of active membership to active things like sports, as well as days that really build climate and are fun days. And General Stewart is in there as well. And so certainly, that's one of those little jewels in like actually, to be honest, when I first came to Lethbridge, when I came back, I didn't even know it existed. And I remember driving my very first time there and thinking, wow, like this is in like a beautiful neighborhood. It's a beautiful sized school. It's like just a jewel. And so certainly this is one of those strongly community supported schools, and all that they do is connected with parents in the communities, and they're really working hard on sort of the whole thinking thinking classrooms, thinking Thursdays, and of course leveraging what it is that they can do with their community. So that's in there for you as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Andrea's not making a comment about.
I remember when Don Lacey phoned me to tell me that I had a kindergarten job there, and I just kept driving around until I finally circled in to find the school because it was so hidden. And it sounds like the three schools are doing a wonderful job. And I remember fondly putting on spaghetti night meals for the entire school community would come, and then we'd play board games like we had started that. And so I look forward to the day when they can get back to that. A lovely school.
Thank you. Moving on to 8.3.4 is town hall meeting. I'll let Cheryl start.
One last side note about the school. It has got the exact floor plan. Well, it's exact identical building as Hayes Community School, if you know where Hayes is, as well as Milk River. Clearly the same architect, identical schools, all three of them, and actually you see those schools spotted throughout different areas in rural Alberta. So it's kind of fun to go there, right, with the pods on both ends and Div 1, Div 2 on either end of the school. So it's kind of one gym in the middle, and identical. It was the same architect across all those schools, built at the same time. So town hall. So what's really important tonight is that the board give me direction in terms of the format. Because then, and actually I haven't talked to Jenny, then we need to call a meeting with our community engagement committee and get moving on, okay, what will this look like in practice? And we can get some ideas, and then also the board come back in December for you to brainstorm over the course of the next month and come back with ideas and themes. So today, though, what I want to walk through with you is what the format looked like. And some of you may have been engaged last year, and so understand and know the format. Some of you may not have been. And I want to start with knowing if I'm making a false assumption that our town hall, because it comes up fairly quickly in February. So let's start with, am I making the right assumption or false assumption that our town hall will be virtual?
Can I get nods around the room? Yes? Because this is February 1st that we're, 2nd? 1st? No.
So if we're going to proceed with virtual, because then because there's some people who carry the lion's share of work and getting prepared for this, I always say we, but really it's not we, it's Jesse Sadlowski, it's Garrett, who do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of organizing what that site will look like. And so Leanne, is there any chance we can go to our engagement website? And on that engagement website, you can click on the town hall from last year. How many of you were part of that last year who know what that looked like? And so what we did last year, what the amazing team of individuals who actually put together this website did last year is we contracted a company, and they worked with that company so that we had a town hall website, so that it was easy to navigate. It was structured exactly how we wanted it, and people could come there and navigate easily and join their groups. And so we had a website, and we had an opening ceremony and actually, if you take a look in your agenda, you see how you have a draft plan for Town Hall February 2022. This is last year's plan with a new date. That's all, right? And so how that works is people go to our virtual town hall website, and yes, they do register ahead so that we can get them into groups, right? So the same traditional process of us getting schools to get parents, to get staff, and really that is a good guarantee for participant numbers, right? Last year, I think, Leanne, we had our highest participant numbers at, right, so right around 200, so it was a good participation rate. And so by having the website, it's easy to navigate because you can go and listen to the opening ceremony as someone who's joining the town hall. Then it's boom, you're back, you go to your menu and you find your session. So if you click on find your session, is that still there? Right. And so these people know what breakout rooms they're in. They go there and they go to their breakout room. In every breakout room, we had two administrators. One was to facilitate conversation. In other words, encourage people to share, to talk, make sure everyone's technology. And then we had another administrator who guided technology if they needed to, kept track of technology or hands up or questions and that type of thing. And so there was different breakout rooms. And before they go into those administrators in the breakout rooms explain the process. The question, of course, is out ahead of time. And then they go through sort of a thought stream process. Those of you who were part of that last year understand what that means. So every participant gets to enter their ideas into the thought stream, whatever topic that may be. They put those into the thought stream. And then those are shared. First they talk about things, they share their ideas, then they do the thought stream. Then they can go to the site and see everyone else's thought stream pieces. There's a closing piece by the board chair again. And then the questions also put up on our website for feedback from people who can't necessarily attend the town hall. And then I put together or collate the information in your board package, as well as an example of what that collated information looks like, because there's a ton of information, and trustees can look at all of the information and feedback. But I do sort of a qualitative analysis and collate the information and provide the board with themes so that you've got that for when you do your strategic planning, so that you've got sort of a synthesis of everything that was provided at the town hall. And so that's there for you. So that's sort of what it looks like once all of the information is gathered and then provided to the board. The board, of course, still has access to all of the details if they wanted to. I also use a qualitative analysis and pull out themes for the board. So those are the major themes, so that when they're talking about, what was qualitatively said in terms of comments as important or relative, or what did people say, those are in themes. And what I love about the way that Jesse Sadlowski and team has set up the thought stream, or the feedback that we get, is that we can distinguish student, staff, parents, community members. And, going back about 3-4 years ago, we didn't do that. And my goodness, it gives you really good understanding of, what do students think compared to what do parents think, compared to what do staff think, compared to what do community think. So it's really good information for the board. And then if you keep turning in your agenda package, you're going to see a list of town hall topics. We don't have to come up with a topic today. This gives you, if you take a look at that and pull that, gives you an idea all the way from 2008 up to 2021. And so as you can see, the board can take whatever direction you decide, and we'll put this on the agenda for December, right? Because then we'll want to get it out and advertised in January so that people know what it is. So you can go from a very narrow topic, and as you can see, there's been some years where the topic was fairly narrow, where you want response to a specific question, or you can go fairly broad, where you're looking for people just to give sort of almost like a brainstorming or idea generation thing, right? So if you take a look at, you know, 2018, for example, the board in that year says, you know what, we don't want to narrow people's thoughts to a topic. We just want people to give their authentic feedback in terms of what can the district do better and what is the district doing well. And so that was a broad topic. In some years it's narrower. So how can we help students build skills to manage stress, develop and maintain healthy relationships, and strengthen their emotional health? That was 2013. That was a narrow topic, right? And so the board was certainly wanting to look at feedback for a specific topic. And so that's a think about for the board members for December, to come back and think about if you want broad, if you want narrow, are there particular areas of interest you have, and then we'll try to frame a question. For tonight, what I would need from the board is, should we proceed with structuring a town hall website similar to last year with a similar agenda? And then if yes, then I'll take that to the community engagement committee, and the community engagement committee will provide, because usually a lot of them have come to that, they'll be able to say, well, you know, it would have been better if, or maybe we should have, or maybe you could have, and get their ideas and finalize that agenda before I come back to the board in December. So thoughts about the same process, Craig?
Just wondering, depending on COVID and everything, would we look at a hybrid system where some people could be in the gym and some people could be online? And how difficult is that?
We thought about that last year, and the piece of how do we engage them in the conversations and then in the thought stream. And then I'm dividing my very talented people into two separate arenas. And I need a team of people to take care of the town hall happening online, and I need a team of people to take care of all the big screens and the big production that happens in a gymnasium. Anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. I guess the question would be, what's the advantage of that? I don't know. Maybe there is an advantage, and if the board wants to go that way, we'll make that work. But it does sort of require me trying to double team people.
So I think not seeing clear nods when I had asked earlier, I'd like to ask for everybody to provide their comments of whether you're okay with the format of it being virtual in the platform that Cheryl's talking about. So if we can go around, Christine, you're good to start.
Mm-hmm. I think for this year, because we don't know where we're going to be in February, I would opt to going to online only. I think it worked really well, and definitely the committee, our community engagement committee, can talk about if there's need for improvement. I would have difficulty opening up the facility for in-person. In-person is always ideal. Advantage to online is we have increased participation from people that can't come in person. We're in a season where we're limiting spectatorship to 2 individuals per student. And so it wouldn't align with that to open up a gym to have a room full of people, mixed cohort, engaging in this. So I would opt to staying online.
Thank you. Christina?
I would agree with Christine, and I would just encourage the engagement committee to consider, as I'm sure it was last time as well, the individuals for whom online access is not more easily accessed option. Certainly something that can be accommodated by the folks that support them and what have you, but just as a reminder. Yeah.
Okay. Jenny?
My comment was just going to be along the line with Christina's, that I think that there is some individuals who do need assistance to, or are not able to access online very well, but for the most part, in response to Craig's, what you've proposed, I think it might be difficult to open it up to both in a general sense, because it's difficult to say who gets to come and who doesn't, and who falls under that. My question, I guess, is acknowledging that this is a huge endeavor to put together online, is how much time is needed to facilitate that? Does this decision need to be made right now so that that can be facilitated? And if so, then I think we have to make the decision under the circumstances as they are. And so I think that Christine and Christina are right. And that it'd be difficult to open it up to in person, I think.
Tyler, did you have any comments?
Sure.
Of course.
No, I think we need to just go online at this point. That's just where we're at.